Greetings, viewers. Welcome to episode 23, Tales of Witternock, Tale of Cybil's Spear, our actual play D&D 5e game. I'm Silver, and as always, I'll be your storyteller this evening, and with me are our players, Ernie, AJ, Conrad, Jeff, Pope, and Dustin. For those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, I'd like to encourage you to check out our previous sessions, which you can find on YouTube at the link in the About section of our Twitch channel. Before we begin, I want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for our amazing ambiance, sound effects, and music. A little bit you can hear in the background. And Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition, the game that we all play. Tales of Witternock is not affiliated with any of these companies other than the use of their products. All right, with that all out of the way, previously on the Tale of Cybil's Spear, party dealt with the unfortunate infection in their resident barbarian Yoferdir. With the help of Anna, the cleric of Infernus they had recently met, they were able to cure him from the brink of witherdom. Settling in for their night's watch, they each in turn observed a surprisingly quiet night, with few incidents. Waking the next morning, they met with the rest of the survivors to discuss their plan. They settled on sending the more than capable waitress and recent widow Flower to Airguard with a plea for help from the nobles there. Jenica's companions Sar and Vito would accompany Flower for protection. The rest of the party would use the smuggler tunnels under the city to travel to Thornwatch Keep in search of other survivors, as well as a more defensible sanctuary. That is, except Silenus and Xedre, who would accompany Flower's party in order to fulfill a promise of properly laying Flower's husband, Wynn, to rest on the edge of town. The bulk of the party set out through the secret door and into the tunnels, as Flower's party set out on horseback back into the streets of Maidenthorn. Before departing, Jenica placed an object in Silenus's coat pocket, wishing him luck, and our table resumes there. With Silenus, you noticing this hand go into your pocket and something be dropped there as Jenica quickly gives a slap to the back of your horse and sends you guys out the door and quickly closes up behind you. We will start with the party that is heading off back into the city streets. So Silenus and Xedre, Flower, Sar, and Vito. For the rest of you, we're not going to do earmuffs or anything like that. You guys can all play your meta as to getting to watch, because this will take a little bit more time than a usual little earmuffs moment. So, as you head out into the city streets of Maidenthorn, Flower leads the way with the rest of the entourage close behind. Cautiously moving, being on horseback, there's still that little bit of sense of dread from the chase that led you back here the night before. And the unfortunate skies aren't clear and full of sunlight like everybody was hoping for. Skies are gray, overcast, with little sign of the much-missed sun. Well, the snowfall has slowed to a mere flurry of flakes. The wind still bites with an icy cold touch that makes everyone wonder, at least for a moment, whether venturing outside was necessarily the right choice. Silenus, you reach your hand into your pocket, searching for the object, whatever was placed there by Jenica, and touch a hard, cold object.
Pull it out.
You pull your hand back from your coat pocket and find a small, smooth stone about 2 to 3 inches in diameter with runic symbols carved into the face of it. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, I am
Spell slot, baby.
not fully loaded into Fantasy Grounds yet. You would be so kind.
Nope, no problem. Or do you want Xedre to roll for you?
Oh, I don't know if you want that.
Go ahead and roll the dice.
It's a plus
and
5.
and then add a
Okay.
plus 5 modifier to it.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll a straight d20 then.
There's a big roll.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So 22.
22.
Nice.
You are holding one half of a set of sending stones.
Oh.
Even better.
All right. As you head off into the town, choices are yours on what to do.
Do I get the sense that that uh, that Jenica probably has the other end of this?
That'd be a pretty safe assumption, yeah.
Okay.
She gave you half of a set that the other half's missing.
Well, I don't know. Maybe like Flower has the other half. I don't know.
So,
All right.
are we just gonna go out there? We're not gonna try to. I mean, I can scout if that's helpful at all.
Sure. I think perhaps to start, we send the note to the ship, right?
Oh, yeah. Did you draft that up? I haven't written anything yet.
Yes. I have it. Well, we were sitting down there and speaking about it. Just a very kind of small scroll I hand over to Xedre.
Okay.
Yeah. Xedre will summon his Firebird. But rather than it kind of like bursting, instead the flames kind of like center on themselves and they fall off for his Hawk Familiar. That he's gonna just go ahead and pet its head a little bit, tie the note on there, and just say, "I need you to go ahead and go out to that boat that's about a mile out over across the sea, and just go ahead and drop it off. First living person that you see." Send off.
All right, you send off your fire. We're still Firebird. We're not Thunderbirding it this time, right?
No. Yeah, no. This is the ability that I can use my wild shape to like use Find Familiar practically.
Gotcha.
So it'll consume that. Use them as well.
Send it off, and it heads off over top of the buildings, just going straight back over top of the building you just came out of. And after a few moments, lose sight of it, off into the clouds.
Ready. Well, I take it back then. I definitely can't scout because that's kind of the idea that I had behind it. But I appreciate you bringing up the ship because I did kind of skip my mind a little bit.
I think that perhaps we just do not try not to expose ourselves too much. We head through the stables, we do your investigation of the plants, perform whatever rites you think are necessary, and then try and meet up with the rest of the group. Is that what the plan was?
Yeah. Is there any way that we're trying to keep track of where everyone else is? I really don't want to go all the way out to the stables and then have to make all the way back to Thornwatch.
Sure, I figured we could just go above ground. I can keep in contact and I can speak with the people that are with that group.
Right. Yeah. Alrighty then. Well, I guess you kind of take the lead then. Xedre, day up on crunch.
All right. Just kind of glance over at Flower.
Need something?
Oh, are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather not stay out here any longer than we have to.
Fair enough. Let's just start heading towards the stables.
All right, I'm marking some X's on the map as to some places that you have been and are going. So, X in the center, right next to Shannon's Lane, that is where the safe house is. Thornwatch is that big building to the north, and the stables is the one down to the southwest. I can reshare that map, so you guys don't have to go looking for it.
Thank you.
So that's a little bit. That's like halfway across the town from where the Hollow Archon was, right?
Yeah, Hollow Archon is there.
Nice.
Okay.
Cool.
So the one in Potter's Burrow is the stables.
No, Potter's Burrow is the Thornwatch Keep.
Oh, the Thornwatch Keep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the stables over there in the corner. Okay.
Yeah, they're way down on the outside skirts of town. So, all right. So, Silenus is kind of taking lead scouting, or did we end up with not scouting?
I think maybe just going together,
Okay.
just trying to be quiet.
Okay.
Just try not to be too loud.
All right. And we will do this as a group stealth check.
Okie dokie.
Good start.
Nice.
Solid.
That was a journey.
This is average.
Above, even.
Sure.
One might say.
All right. What do you want to roll for Flower? She's got a +0.
Oh no, Flower's got a +0 to stealth, baby girl.
You want to, Salinas? Okay.
Ooh,
That's
doesn't
good.
need the +1.
All right. So I roll for Sar. He has a +2.
Okay.
Good job, Sar.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
Solid. And Vito's got a +6.
Jesus
Oh.
Vito the Sneeko.
Bro, I'll roll for him.
I think we should have our resident rogue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that was a journey.
Nice.
21.
21.
All right.
That's a nasty.
That was
set
a
of
pretty
rolls.
solid team
It
effort
is.
there on stealth checks. So I venture off down the road, heading out of Shannon's Lane. Doing your best to just basically take it slow and keep it stealthy, not trying to attract any attention. Don't each of you give me a perception. Okay. Salinas coast seems clear. Everything seems to match up with the belief that maybe they aren't out during the day, or at least are more rare at day. Xedre, every once in a while you hear some movement, but you don't really know what it is. Could be stray cats. I mean, the animals seem to be unaffected by this, so they're overrunning the town at this point.
Love the overpopulation.
So there could be, I mean, anything that could be causing the sounds. You do still have, there is a pretty good wind. There is still snow coming down, just light at this point in time, just flurries. Could be a little bit of anything. Fairly safe to chalk it up to being, this is just paranoia. That everything else being on edge. So you keep on edge.
As we're on our horses,
Mhm.
are there any like pockets of snow that we're heading into? If these creatures were popping out of the ground, like just the snowfall like covered it up so that like there's more of a scrunch, I guess, underneath the horse's footfalls.
Not that you notice.
Mm.
As described last session, it's about 3.5 feet of snow.
Mhm.
So it's pretty well drifted, and because it was blizzard conditions, you have nice drifts in and amongst the houses. Get this nice little, a little bit more description for you southern folk that don't do a little snow all that often.
What's that?
You end up with drifting. You end up with a nice little channel around each of the buildings for the most part as the snow drifts it around. Instead of being up against the building, it blows against the buildings and moves it to the outside. So the road itself is pretty heavy, and you're talking that snow's coming up past the knee on your horses. And there has been no signs of any travel on the road. Everything seems to be just fresh snow. Nobody's been moving. Unfortunately or fortunately, kind of how you want to look at it. No sign of survivors, but also no sign of creatures. Xedre, give me a D20 roll.
Oh, what the? Oh no!
You got this.
Stays pretty quiet. Get these sounds every once in a while that kind of make you, your eyes dart off to the side to check out what might be there. Don't see anything. Everything seems to be just safe, if you want to call it that, as you make your way down the road. The other three are keeping silent as you're taking the stealthy approach, so nobody really engages you in any sort of conversation. Every once in a while they each check amongst everybody, make sure everybody's okay, see if anybody's looking at something, having any issues. But everybody's just kind of keeping on task and heading to the outskirts of town. Seem to know their way around town pretty well, that there's no question as to what direction you should be headed.
Onward and southwestward.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With that, then, we will go back to the other group. So, the rest of you, after Flowers Party makes their exit, Jenica opens that door, sends you guys into the tunnels, and you're quickly greeted as you enter this pitch black tunnel by Riva handing out lighted torches that light a ways down, but it's still, here's a little bit of light and pitch blackness off in the distance. So not a whole lot that you can tell is coming. You're going to have to rely on your other senses for much of perceiving if there's something else in the tunnel or where there might be junctions in the tunnel that go elsewhere. And they just slowly get everybody issued into the tunnel, everybody set up. Any of you that need a torch, I'll give you a torch for your inventory. If you have
I'll
one.
take it. I
use
have
your own.
I have a lamp. I'll take it.
Is Jenica with us?
She is not in the tunnel at the moment.
And
If you look out, she is securing the door that they just went out and locking that down and then getting everything situated. And then she comes back into the tunnel with the Packeteer child in tow.
okay. I would like to go up to Jenica. Just maybe a quick recomposition. These are tunnels, straight lines. They don't, or do they branch out a little bit? Just so maybe we should be keeping an eye on the sides, or should we just keep looking forward?
I'll take lead. Just make sure you keep light on me so that everybody stays in line. Riva will pull up the rear, so make sure that we can keep everybody in between. Do you need to go grab actually, you want to come with me? And she just leads you into the tunnel, but going the opposite direction of where she's been getting everybody situated to, and where Riva's been directing everybody with the torches. You go about 15, 20 feet down the tunnel until you find 2 flatbed minecarts sitting on these makeshift tracks in this tunnel. They're about 3 foot wide by 4 foot long, flatbed, wooden, with an iron frame that comes up with handles on each side. So there's a nice push handle, like a shopping cart, on the front and on the back. And she has you take one, and then she takes the other one and just roll them back up to where your entrance is. Mm. And she just quickly directs Chilton and Finian, Noboru, Riva, everybody, sending them out to go start unloading your cargo from the wagon and put it on the carts.
Okay.
Unless you have any objection.
No, I just have a way of making light, so I just didn't know if it would have been okay for me to have a very bright entrance into the tunnel, or maybe we should have kept a more lower profile.
It's up to you. I mean, you use whatever
Well,
you want for.
Sure, but you're the one who knows the
Light,
tunnels
but-
more, so I wouldn't want to, you know, make things aware of where we were.
They should be secure. I mean,
Hmm.
obviously, never dealt with anything like this before, so I can't say that for certain.
Of course.
But a stone tunnel should keep those things out, at least in most locations. There's not too many places that this connects onto. Mostly it's for us to things that we bring in by sea, can bring it into town without dealing with any unwanted investigations, inspections, and whatnot on the edge of town. And the same difference if we have things in town that we need to get back to our camp and back out to the ocean. We use that safe house. A couple of the locations, access point into the sewers as discussed. A couple of the places that it leads to, I believe, should be secured, but I don't want to promise anything I can't deliver on.
No, understood. I just wanted to make sure everything was good before I, put out a big spotlight as to where we were. With that, the time that it's taken, would I have been able to properly attune to the radiant glaive? Because it takes about an hour, and it's
Yeah,
not.
because you guys made your plan this morning.
And it wasn't
so-
meditative focus. I just had to be holding on to it.
Yeah.
So
As everybody's
with-
getting their stuff situated and stuff, you could have attuned.
With that, then, in the tunnel, can I activate it to shed a bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet past that so we can have some light in this tunnel?
Yep.
Got a
Okay.
big mag light now.
Your figure's
Yeah.
gonna light up his ass. So a bunch of bright light.
I'll kind of fiddle around with like the little phoenix thing until feeling where I can properly fiddle with it. Is there like a lever or like a button, or is it like the wing that I like click?
So yeah, as I said the last time, it was the one side is like they're both like the wings or the levers. One is the light, and then one is the like the con save. And then I think I said it was like one was blue and red, or red and white or something like that. Red and orange. I think it was orange that was like the big light. And red was like the.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it and be like, okay, well, red usually means kill, so maybe that. Oh! And Kiesel will activate it looking directly at the glaive and just. Oh, shit. Okay, do not look at. Oh, wow. And,
What's the
Just-
DC on that con save?
Oh god, it's based on my
Your
spell
intel?
save. My spell save DC.
Ouch.
is that a. Wait, what save do I have to make?
I think
I
it
just
was
have
a
to
con save.
It's con save against being blinded.
Oh, shit. Blinded for. Oh, no. Blinded for being goofy.
Flavor blind.
Yeah, honestly.
What is your spell save there, Alfred? I would imagine that 17 is probably hitting.
14?
Where's
15?
the-
It'll probably be like 15.
How do I read my character?
Yeah, I would
sheet?
guess it's.
Can I pull up other people's character sheets? No.
No, you have to
have No.
access.
It should be on my main, right?
No, it doesn't necessarily show it. It'd just be on.
Actions, maybe? Like, where are your spells?
Isn't it the 8 plus your
8 plus proficiency plus modifier.
modifier?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can do this.
3 plus
Um,
modifier.
My int mod's +4 plus
7.
3 is 7. Plus
So
8
15.
is 15.
Oh, AJ.
Yeah, just you get a little bit of stars in the eyes for a little bit, but
Oh,
rub them out. You're good.
oh, jeez, it's like a purple and orange circle over. Oh, Jesus! And I'll kind of like point the glaive in the direction to start flashing the light, and it just lights up the whole tunnel for like 60 feet, basically.
We have Kiesel over here signaling airplanes to head down the tunnel.
And we're under the ground, so you know that's bright if I'm signaling airplanes.
It's good stuff. All right, so with Kiesel's light, as well as the torches that are being handed out to anybody else who does not have the capability of sleeping in the dark, which is almost all of you. I want to
If
say
everyone's carrying one, I'm not gonna carry one.
Jenica
Yeah,
and Alfred, I think, are the only two with dark vision.
There'll be enough
Yeah.
light. That'll be cool.
I'm not gonna
And
light
Anna.
a torch. I'm gonna have my hands free.
Same.
Okay.
Crossbow hands.
Actually, well, not necessarily free. Alfred is going to put his artificer arm on, and it's going to be a large, like cylinder with 2 vials on the inside, with sorts of liquid on, like in between, and a little nozzle on the end. And he's going to take out his projector firearm.
All right.
Can I ask for an unlit torch? If she's passing them
Preferable.
out, like I just want to take one before she lights it, so I can just put it in my inventory, stock it up.
Stealing.
Reva just gives you a look like whatever. She's trying to go move your cargo.
She's a good lady. I'll just kind of tell her we might need this later, and I just put this away. If it's lit, I'll put it out, but I don't think it's lit. So.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. Yes, I get a torch.
Right. As everybody gets situated, you get your stash, your supplies, your inventory, whatever you want to call it, all loaded up on these 2 carts, stacked pretty high. Once everybody is in, everything has been situated, Jenica goes and closes the door back behind you, throws a switch in the wall, and again you hear some whirring of some gears before the door turns back into place.
Oh, so cool.
Air in the tunnel is quite stale. Very musty, earthen smell. And it is not a large tunnel. Talking about 4 feet wide. So this cart, nobody could go on each side of the cart. The cart fills up almost the whole width of the tunnel. And you're just going to have to go whatever order you're in at this point in time. Somebody's going to need to move stuff. And we'll assume you guys have picked what order you want to go. And I'm going to put you guys into an initiative order based off of who's leading. So I'm just going to type in initiative. So you guys just decide who's going where. Jenica's going to be in the front and Reva will be in the back.
I'll be right behind Jenica with that big ass mag light.
For whatever intents and purposes, Alfred wants to be like directly in the middle.
Same. I'll be hanging out with you.
I'll be in the back with Reva.
Yeah, dude, we are so strong right now. What a freaking group. We can save this town.
We can hit hard.
No
We
healers.
just
No
can't get hit.
Yeah, no healers though.
But Anna's somewhere, right? She's probably near the middle.
Oh god.
Hey, I'm at full hit points. I'm good.
A few of us are. We're good, man. Let's be back.
All right, so Kiesel's going right behind Jenica. And then
let's put the little girl
Vault and
behind
Alfred
her.
are going in the middle.
Yeah,
Go
so
further
it
at
should be
the
the
back.
little girl probably behind Kiesel. I mean, I guess. Right? Or she can have my spot on the cart if we really need it, but that's better
You
for me
can
to be
just-
there.
You can share. It's not
Yeah, I'll
that
take up that much
wide.
space.
Yeah.
She's a big lady.
All right.
Little girl. Elephant.
Vault will put you at 11. Alfred at
Yeah.
a 10. Brendel with you.
Yeah, Brendel will be nearby, but he's gonna be watching the girl. He's keeping an eye on the kid. She's also an elephant. Pachydeer thing person. Do they have normal feet, or do they have like elephant feet? Like they wear like special shoes.
They have big feet, but yeah, it's their special shoes.
Okay, so they're like big round tubular feet.
No,
No.
just really big toes.
I think you broke him.
Yeah, my brain just kind of stopped working. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. I'm okay with that though. What type of shoemakers are for pachydeers?
Probably made a lot of money because those are some good shoes.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that'd be expensive. You ever buy
A lot of
custom order
material.
shoes like size 13 plus? Those are big shoes.
Yeah, I wear 13.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to get at 13. Yeah.
My oldest
they're
brother,
probably-
he was 16. That's almost impossible for him to find good shoes.
I was gonna say they're probably wearing at least like 20s.
They're riding dirty, man. That's
Okay.
like rim sizes. That's not even shoes anymore.
All right, so the order I got is I got Jenica, Kiesel, Noboru, which is the human merchant, Chilton, the bartender, Anna, cleric, then
Wait,
Vault.
Noburu's a
Alfred.
merchant?
Yeah.
Shit, I should have bought stuff.
I'm sure he's walking around with a bunch of wares.
I would.
It's like the guy.
Brendel right behind Alfred, and then the Pachydeer child is between Brendel and Adeline, which is the innkeep. And then Finian, which was the Pachydeer merchant. And then
There's two
Yofredir
merchants?
and Reva.
Shit. I took a hard nap, didn't get anybody's name.
All right, start making your way down the tunnels. Observe stone bricks comprising the floor, walls, ceiling. So you got a flat floor and then an arch going up. Ceiling is not a comfortable height for these Pachydeer. They are having to duck as they go down the tunnel, so it's gonna hurt the old back by the time they get done. As the ceiling is only 7 feet. So these 8-foot tall people are going to be ducking. But if you're an average height of 5'10", it is just perfect.
God damn right it is. God damn it. Yeah, me and if Xedre was here, he'd be chilling too.
This is like a vaulted ceiling.
For me.
All right. So which of you is pushing a cart, or are you making
I'm-
the other people push your carts?
I will help.
both
I
push a
will
cart.
be near a cart, but I will not push it.
I'll be pushing the very rear cart, so honestly, I could probably push the one in front of it too. But I'll have my hat sitting on top of the cart right in front of me for easy access.
Can I get on top of a cart that's not for that Yofredir's actually pushing? That actually sounds really legit. Because I can
That's
snipe from there, right? Like,
Yeah, you
Would
could
it
lay down on top of the cart, because with the 7-foot ceiling, you don't have a ton of clearance to be
yeah.
up on
I'm
top.
3.5 feet tall. I don't know how tall that cart goes, but
Well, it's got the
Not all that
entire. The
shit.
2 carts have the entire contents of your wagon.
Are they like bulging over the top kind of thing, unwieldy like, or is it?
So
like
basically, we're
floating
talking
off
just
of
like
the
a
cart?
flatbed cart with bars on the front and the back, but nothing on the side to keep stuff in. So the stuff is
Oh.
just stacked on there.
Oh shit. Okay. Damn. Do we have any rope we could like tie this stuff down so it doesn't like wiggle around?
We do.
How
I don't-
how do the carts move? Are they like
I don't think
jiggling?
we'll be going that fast.
Yeah, are they jiggling or like is this pretty stable flat? Like I just want to make sure cargo's if I get on top, I don't want to destabilize it and then break all of our stuff. Is
I
there
mean,
can I do an
we don't
investigation
have
on the,
Legos.
the
Yep.
like sturdiness of boxes?
You can.
Oh, yes, I would like to know. I would like to know.
That they play with.
I
Legos
knew you'd
when
ask
they
that
grow.
at some point in time. So
You're like, listen, I've
have my
got it.
DC
Here it
ready
is.
for that one.
DC ready. Let's go. 19?
19. All right. As you observe the carts as they were rolled up and watching them all get stacked and everything like that, you tell they have been sitting for a very long time.
Oh, they're
Thick layer of dust
creaky.
lies on each of them, and there's some signs of rot on the boards.
That's not good.
Still appears like it should be sturdy enough to hold up, but
Not gonna add it then.
If
I'm
it
not
took
gonna
any
find the top.
damage or really, like sustained use may get it to the point where you start risking the integrity of the cart holding together anymore. But
Yeah.
Would
they are
Alfred have-
fairly rickety.
Would
They are
Alfred
not
have
going to be a
noticed any-
smooth ride.
Oh, sorry. Would Alfred have noticed any rot as they were like stacking stuff up?
You make a perception investigation. Your choice.
I could always tell him. Yo, these are dirty. Clean them up.
Because if so, he would definitely like cast mending as as things are getting stacked up. He would probably cast mending, just like ensure that the.
I will go with
of
him
the
and
boards.
de-dust them with Presty.
It's like getting a whole brand new cart.
Bro, we pimping this ride.
All right.
It's got our stuff on it.
Okay, so we'll say that you mended before it got loaded. They all had to wait a little bit as they're holding big chests of stuff, trying to go put it on the. Oh, okay, you're doing something. All right, stand here holding heavy loads, but everything gets loaded up. Feel pretty confident that you've done a good job of mending together these boards, putting them in good shape, and getting you ready to go.
Sorry,
They're
I just
clean now,
wanted to
they're
make
not
sure
dusty.
that we would get from point A to point B without it all falling apart. I'm the bad guy.
That was a very wise move. Prudent indeed. And then I'll have my crossbow. If it feels sturdy, I'm just gonna actually be nearby just to make sure stuff doesn't fall off the sides. I'm just gonna kind of be weaving around and just walking with them. That is enough of that.
All right, you guys get everything situated, start heading off into the tunnels, greeted by the lovely smells and you can see as far as, if you're towards the front, you can see as far as Kiesel's light goes. If you're at the back, you can see the darkness just encroaching behind you as Jofridir's axe fades out the further it goes back. And take a quiet trip through the tunnels, walking for quite a long time before we go back to the other party.
Those are premium carts.
Skip over you guys fighting withers, since Xedre rolled so amazing.
That's my boy.
Goodness.
Oh, can I do one last thing before we swap over? As we're getting in a line, Alfred would want to gather everyone around and say, "All right, everyone, just bear with me for a second. This might feel a little interesting, but it should help us out for a little while as well." He's going to open the spigot on the cannon, and he's going to, as it opens up, a wreath of flameless or of heatless and smokeless flame will wreath around everyone around him, and he's going to activate the protector.
All right, nice.
Or
Some big ass snowshoes.
for 5.
Nice.
It's something. And as they sit there, there's this little wreath of small motes of flames that just sit on top of them.
Okay. All right. We end up in a. How long does it last?
It doesn't have a duration?
Okay.
I would assume that it just continues until they take damage.
How far out does it go from you?
10 feet. It's each creature I choose, so there's not a limit.
Okay. 5? All right. Go 4 people in front of you, and it includes yourself, correct?
I got some
Correct.
temp HP. I've never seen it before. It's blue.
It wasn't that high of a roll, so these motes are very reddish, almost yellowy.
Like low tier fire. It's light
Yeah,
fire.
yeah.
I get you.
All right, so it gets you all the way up to Naboru, just short of Kiesel. Chilton, Anna, Vault, Alfred, Brendel,
The squishy team
Marcy,
needs it.
which is the child, Adeline, and Finian. So Jofredir and Kiesel are right on the outskirts of not getting the 5 temporary HP.
You know, of all the people that don't get it, that's probably okay.
I can make my own temp
It's
HP.
give
It's
his
fine. My temp HP tastes like whiskey. I don't need yours.
Okay, and I'm going to take back my comment that we're going to go back to the streets yet, because that's not what's in my game plan. So we're going to stick with this group for a little bit.
Pushing it.
All right. So you walk for about 10 minutes, heading through these tunnels. Seems to be a pretty straight shot. If any of you want to make a survival check to see if you can kind of figure out what direction you're going with very little to work off of.
I would like it. I would always like to roll.
Sure.
I would not. That's
I'll give it a shot too.
that wisdom.
17.
All I see is the tart. I don't know where I'm going.
Vault, you're thinking somewhat northerly direction, but it could be northeast, northwest, north. You don't really know.
Sure.
Jofredir, you're going straight. It's all good.
It's all good.
The cart hasn't fallen over. It's all good. So walk for about 10 minutes, and Jenica holds up in front of you, Kiesel. Just looks back. All right. So decision time on. Just want to confirm what we're doing. We keep on heading straight. That'll take us all the way to the exit, which will exit back into our camp. If you want to go to Thornwatch, we're going to need to split off here fairly quick. And I mean, I don't know what everybody's got in mind. If you want to take everybody one place or the other, if you want to split up and go a couple different places. Some of these folks, and she kind of hushes this a little bit with you, Kiesel. Which this conversation is just with you, Kiesel. I mean, some of these folks not going to do well in a fight. I don't necessarily want to put them in anything too terribly dangerous.
No,
but I don't know which route's technically safer.
If you want to take your people, the less able, fighting wise, and maybe put them in a safer place, I can take my group and make sure we go into the direction of the Thornwatch.
Yeah, I can do that. That's not a problem.
Yeah. If, would we be able to meet you, or would you just stay with the group after that?
I mean, we can check things there. I mean, we probably should have some sort of a rendezvous point. I just realized we didn't really probably set that with your friends that headed off into town. I mean, obviously the other 3 are heading further south, so meeting back up with them, who knows where we'll be, but they know you're going Thornwatch, so I suppose that makes sense for you guys to head that direction, and they can meet you at the front door. I can head to the camp, see what I can see there. Vito and Riva and Sar had said it was a bit of a mess, but see if I can't get things set up as to maybe being able to ferry some of these people on the rowboat out to the ship, gets them out of harm's way. I mean, assuming the ship's safe, but maybe haul the cargo out to the boat, get it out of the way so we don't have to deal with it. I mean, it's really up to you. If you guys want to take the cargo to the Thornwatch, I wouldn't advise that. It's not as easy of a trek, as you're not going to have the nice little carts anymore at that point.
Yeah, and to be honest, what the strong is, some of us are. That's a lot of shit in there. I don't know if we could carry that. Is there a way I can kind of... I mean, are we walking and talking, or have we kind of stopped?
No, she stopped.
Okay, then I do want to maybe look to the rest of my people.
Could I hear any of this?
Give me a perception check.
We're keeping it a little hush for the civilians, quote unquote, so it would be low.
Yeah, but I'm not too far behind you.
No.
Oh, I'm.
Yeah, you are far behind. You are far behind.
Well, you hear most of it.
Okay.
You have very good hearing, so
I'll
Should've
scooch
been a
up.
halfling.
I'll scooch up and just kind of like, just be standing nearby quietly with my crossbow out, just like, okay.
Alfred, with your natural one on your perception, you actually run into the back of vault as you're looking back and checking on the child behind you. And so when the party halts, you don't know that they're halting before you run into vault. Just a little bump, nothing bad.
Okay.
Sorry.
Cybill's spear, and I'll kind of put my fist up. Is anybody looking to secure the boat? Because if not, then this is the part where we're going to diverge and go to
Yes.
the Thorn Watch.
Yeah, I believe we should secure the boat. I'm
With-
fully into that.
As much as I detest the boat is our route out, and that's where we need to go.
Yes. We need to secure this.
So, is this a straight shot out to Maiden Watch or to Thorn Watch? Sorry,
We've been heading north, I
Thorn
believe.
Watch.
So we must be near the coast. Is that correct, Jenica?
I mean, we're fairly close, but I mean, it's just probably another good 20-30 minutes to get to the camp where we'd be able to make an exit to go towards the boat. Thornwatch, probably looking at about another 10 minutes.
Do the tracks go both ways?
No, the tracks for the cart only go the rest of the way with the smuggler tunnels. Smuggler tunnel doesn't. We don't have a smuggler tunnel into prison. That is an access point through the sewers.
So, regarding the cargo, should we? And I'm asking for your input on this. Do you think it would be best to send it out with you towards your camp and then have the boat move towards that area? Is there a docking area that would be able to support it?
I mean, probably couldn't bring the boat into the camp, but if SAR's boat is still there, which was when they left, presumably that rowboat's still there, and we could move the cargo to the boat from there. Just take a couple trips.
Right, there would be no reason for the boat to have moved.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, Captain Charles is pretty reliable, but we all have our tipping points where things might get a little bit too dicey to stay engaged. Not worth the money.
Right, understandable. Well, going with the information that we have, I think that that's our best route. I think sending the goods along with you would be okay. And then our group can move towards Thornwatch and meet up with the rest of our group, and then after that we can rendezvous elsewhere.
I don't mean to dissent with you, leader, but
No, please.
maybe it would be best for all of us to go, secure the boat. Yoverdir could carry me to the boat, quick jog, make sure it's safe, get the things loaded. It gives our friends time to finish their funeral rites, and maybe we could all rendezvous at the Thornwatch Keep at the same time. We have some time before they're going to be able to get back. They have to cross the whole of Maidenthorn to keep up with us. We're clearly ahead of schedule.
Well, it's
But now the letter should have gone to the boat as well, so they should know to expect us.
And if it doesn't, then we can confirm it, and there's no reason to risk anyone with a rowboat going over there. There's no one safer than Yoverdir.
No, good. Thank you.
it's also not to say that I wouldn't be in touch with Silenus and Xedre. I can have Silenus pop in my head at any time, and I'll
And
be
you've
able
got
to let him
you've
know
got
where we
Galfrey
are.
with you in your coat.
I will nuzzle up to. I will just do this real quick and be like, that's correct. My neck was feeling particularly warm. Thank you for reminding me, Mister the Fifth.
Just a hearty bow. in this dark tunnel.
I'll give Gelfring some scritches.
Then
Can I mage hand over to pet the cat?
Sure.
Wonderful.
All right, so
to your camp we go.
heading to the camp.
Indeed.
Right. I can't say I don't mind the idea of not going to the sewers, so
Yes,
we'll have
I'm
plenty
also
of time to do
appreciative.
that later.
No, that's great.
I can make much better smelling air. It'll be fine, and I'll just blow like a little Febreze scent at Alfred and Jenica with prestidigitation. It'll smell nice.
all right, so onward. Yeah, let's just get going. All right. On that note, we will go back to the other party. Then.
Like the best spell in the game.
Okay, so Xedre, Silenus, and your 3 compatriots make your quiet trip through the snow. Little rough going through the heavy snow in places, but you're able to do it and not be greeted by anything unfortunate. And after about roughly the 10 minutes that they just passed going down the tunnel, about 10 minutes you make it to the edge of town and find Flower kind of picks up the pace a little bit as she gets closer and within sight of the stables and heads over and just kind of at a loss as to where should we be looking because everything is thoroughly coated in snow at this point.
Do I remember where generally?
I love that you said, "Do you remember?" So make a history check. Makes it easy as to whether you're looking for it or trying to remember where it's at.
Oh, it was almost the 18.
It has been a long 12 hours since you guys came to town, as stated last week. So, yeah, memory is pretty fuzzy as to where he was at. Xedre, you can do the same thing if you want. If you would prefer to go looking, you can do a perception or an investigation. If you're not just trying to tax your memory.
Yeah, no, Xedre's gonna go ahead and hop off of crunch into the snow. He's gonna rub his hands together, and as they slowly like coat in like flame, he's gonna go ahead and offer a little prayer to Infernus and say, Infernus, I know this is going to be very difficult, and I really don't want to breathe in any spores. If you could go ahead and lend any assistance to finding this body. And kind of as he's like moving it over, I would like to go ahead and pray for his blessing.
Advantage on investigation rolls.
Yes.
Nice.
So let me go ahead and roll that.
My brother in fire.
Yes,
Ooh,
37.
nice.
That'll get me there. I will
All right.
investigate with my flamey hands.
Nice.
Nice roll. You kind of start like doing the geometry of where you remember things were at and trying to just place things now that the terrain is quite different from where it was at before. And after a few moments, kind of just walk along, just like slowly, not wanting to step on anything unfortunate. And just your foot hit something solid underneath the snow. Approximately where you thought it would be.
All right. Yeah, Xedre is going to produce flame to try to kind of make like a small kind of like area, a reverse burial, I guess, kind of. So he's going to try to uncover the body, and be very cautious about any plants that may be growing inside.
Find something over there?
Yeah, I think I went ahead and found Win. I just need to make sure to properly excavate. Because there was one of those fungi growing inside.
Oh dear. Yeah. I'll help you.
No, I would prefer not. If I'm being completely honest, I just don't want you to get harmed in the interim at all. And I'm going to be very careful, and I trust my own delicacy, and I don't want anything to happen to Win.
Okay then. She just kind of backs away and give me an insight check.
Okay.
Poor girlie.
There it is. There it is. That makes sense. That tracks.
Fumble the insight.
Yeah, she seems fine. She seems to be cool with it. Yeah, like, all good.
Xedre just nods at her happily, and then begins the work of slowly.
Can I go over to now that Xedre's actually found the body? Can I go over to Flower?
Sure.
Is there something that a specific type of rite that you want to do? You want to say a few words? Body? You want some time alone? Like, what do you need?
No, suppose just set a spirit free, and we got things to do. It's not safe out here at all. And me and those two probably better get on the road. So just I just want to help your friend with making things go along smoothly. Nothing in particular. Just whatever. It's fine.
He is an expert. It's his job.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I mean, maybe you can help him. I'll be back. I'm just go check his things in the shop here.
All right. Be careful.
Sure. I'll be fine.
Okay, I'll walk over and start helping Xedre out then.
Okay. Since you are attempting to be really, really cautious and just like slowly excavate, takes you a good 10 minutes to get down to a point where you have the outline all kind of carved away, pulled all the snow away, and have access to the body, which Xedre, give me a perception, and we'll do it with advantage since Silenus is right there helping.
Sounds good.
Nice.
From a 1 to a 20.
Yeah, you are able to, you are pinpoint focused on wanting to make sure that you're avoiding any of the nice little tendrils of that spore that was under there. And so very conscious of that all the way through, and just clearing exactly where you thought you should be to avoid hitting that, as you felt underneath the snow, figured out exactly where you were at on the body, and excavated expertly to avoid any sort of interaction with the fungus, spores, all that lovely stuff that was growing in the chest cavity when you found him all that time ago, or not so much time ago.
Does Win himself have pulled skin or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Does not appear to have had any sort of an infection other than this stuff being in his chest cavity.
Ugh.
Do you think you can do that communing with the plants thing that you had mentioned?
Yeah. I think I can. I'm just hoping that it can kind of speak to me muffled from under here, and he's gonna point at like the, I guess, like snow cone mound that's on top of like Wynn's body, trying to cover it up. Hopefully, can kind of speak to it from underneath there.
Sure. Would you like me to keep watch while you're...
That'd be nice. I don't exactly know what it's gonna be like whenever I commune with this thing if it's successful, and I don't know if it could call for help or anything like that. I don't even know what these things are truly capable of. If
All right. Do you want to wait for Flower to get back, just in case she needs to make a quick exit?
she's gonna sit there and just look up at Silenus and say, I'm gonna leave that call up to you.
I think we do it now before we see, so she does not have to see us doing this to the body.
Right. With that,
I'm going to put my take one of Xedre's hands. If things start going badly with this, squeeze my hand and I'll pull you out of it.
oh, okay. Xedre will grab Silenus's hand and he'll go ahead and cast Speak with Plant.
We're holding hands now. Are we such a nice party?
Guess so. I'm gonna pull the life force from Silenus to channel my spell. I don't want to consume his spell slot.
Oh my god.
That took another turn than I thought it was gonna take.
That'll affect any plans within 30. And the only part that worries me is the fact that I give them limited sentience and animation. But it's okay. It's fine.
Oh god. This is a lovely, scary moment.
Okay, so this is Speak with Plants that we're doing.
Xedre's eyes glow green.
Xedre's just gonna close his eyes fully as just growing out from underneath what looks at first like these like snaking kind of tendrils of flames. They're actually like flame cloaked like ivy vines. And they're just like around his like immediate seating area as he's sitting on top of the snow.
Alright. Cast your little level 3 spell.
Is anybody there? Anything there?
Oh.
Oh, great. So he's gonna like squeeze it, Silenus' hand, and be like, "It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing." But I made contact. And just like lean forward. Yes. Are you the plant that's growing out of Wynn's body?
Hello? This is strange.
Yeah.
I don't see things. I don't know where I'm at.
Right. I think I know where you are, and if you
Oh.
can go ahead and answer some questions for me, maybe I can go ahead and let you see again.
That'd be interesting. What's seeing like? Oh, sorry, you had questions.
Yes. Yeah. How would you describe yourself?
Oh, well, I've never, like I said, seen myself, but I feel like a pretty good-looking little fungus.
Fungus. Great. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I got 12 tendrils. That's a lot. It's
12
kind of nice.
tendrils?
You get to feel the breeze a little bit when I'm hanging out there.
Right.
I like
I
the
have
cold.
you like the colds. That's great.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. You like cold?
It's okay. Listen, I have 4 tendrils, and I think I respond to temperature a little bit differently than a fungus like you. But what's
We can't all be cool like me.
that's fair? And Xedre just looks up to Silenus for a moment. It's working. And then he'll turn
You're
back.
just like doing like clicks and like noises. I
It's-
don't know what's going on.
I would like to think that it's more so whenever Xedre is speaking that nothing's coming out of his mouth, but the little ivy vines are like moving, like in place of it, since it's a communion with plants. But if I'm out there making some crazy language, you let me know.
Yeah, the little tendrils kind of like wave at you as it talks.
So, all right, you have fungus. You have 12 tendrils. You like the cold. What's your priority? What's your goals like? Are you just
Oh,
trying to like reproduce, or what?
I mean, I never really thought about it much. Just kind of live, never met other ones like me. At least I don't think so. But goals. It's an interesting word. What's that like? What's a goal? Is that
So, I am trying to figure out. My goal is to find out what happened to this town, because
we're
there's
in a town?
yes, we are on the
Ooh.
outskirts of it. This
What's
is
a town?
a civilization. It's like a forest. There's a lot of different plants here, and they all have 4 tendrils
Ow.
too, for the most part. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you get what you get. 12's pretty high up there. But
Yes.
so town, a group of lots of funguses like me. Well, I mean, not like me, but like you with your 4.
Yes, and
Interesting.
you don't. You're different. You came in, and you're not like all of the rest of the 4 tendril fungi. So I want to know, even if you can't remember, did you come from a specific place? Do you have some sort of lineage, a parent, a mom or a dad, or is the son your parent?
That's a lot. I don't really understand what that, like most of that means. Those are some interesting terms. This is new, this whole communicating thing, so you have to bear with me a little bit.
No,
But,
I
mean,
will offer you as much
I don't
patience as possible.
have
Yeah.
much concept of how long I've been around, but I've been here for a bit. It's been a nice cold. It was a little bit bitter here for the last, so long. I mean, like most of my life, I suppose. It was quite wet and cold.
Wet and cold.
Uh,
Okay.
that went away just here a moment ago. Do you have something to do with that?
Yeah, no, that would more so be your current environment. You kind of moved from that wet and cold into just the big cold because you grew out of You grew out of the pot? I don't... Listen, you were growing inside of somebody's body, I'm pretty sure, and we're just trying to figure out where you came from.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't really know how I got here. Just it's where the only place I know I've been.
Now, you have all of those tendrils, but do you have spores yourself? Ones that you send out and you make more like you.
Oh, you mean like, yeah. I can make more.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Yes, in a way. I can
That's
make
cool.
animals from like my primal fire. That's like my soul.
Ooh,
This
fire.
isn't
I
about
like
me.
Fire. Oh, I'm sorry. You were asking questions.
Right. And if you know that you can make more like you, you were made
Yeah.
from another one that could make more like it. So I just want to trace that back.
Well, I mean, my earliest memory is like back when I was just a little spore. I was like in the floating in some wet fluid, some substance, and then I ended up in a place. I latched onto something, and then I became the fungus I am today, with all 12 tendrils growing out, and then I just kind of hung out. It was a bit. There was a lot of loud noises and stuff in the area at first, but then it kind of quieted down and just had feel the nice cold breeze on me until the wet cold stuff showed up, and didn't quite care for that so much. But it's fine. I'm alive. It's all good. All 12 tendrils intact, and I mean, I get the sense there was probably more like me, but I don't know where they went.
Right. And that's what we're trying to find out, because even though you're just growing and you don't mean any harm whenever you grow, you're hurting a lot of people by doing that. Not just you, but a lot of spores like you. They're getting stuck inside of the 4 tendril people, and I don't know exactly what you're doing. How
I mean, we try and make things better. I mean, I didn't know I was doing anything wrong.
you hear a guiding voice at all that tells you to do things sometimes? Not like a conversation here, but more like something that compulses you.
Now, this is, just, you got those base drives and everything, make you do things.
Your goals.
Survive,
Yes.
Oh, is that the goals? Okay.
Yes,
okay.
base drives. Yep.
Yeah.
Instinct.
I mean, you want to make more like me? I mean, try and strive to be great 12 tendrilled creatures as much as we can. I mean, you can't all be as cool with your 4 tendrils, but voice? No, this is new. This voice thing talking to you 4 tendrilled folk, that's different. Is there more of you here? Oh, sorry, I'm asking questions again.
No, you're allowed to ask a question. I'm the only one who can talk in their language. You heard those voices before. It got loud. You won't be able to make out what it is, but I can go ahead and translate if that's helpful. You want to ask my 4 tendrilled companion any questions?
No. Not really, no.
Oh,
this is interesting and all, but I got a pretty simple life. I just try and make more. I mean, I could make you into a cool 12 tendril instead of the 4 tendril.
When
you said that's bad.
Yes, because it's not making me a 12 tendril. It's a 12 tendril killing me And then that 12 tendril just gets to live its life. So you killed a person to gain your life.
Whoa.
You're
That's
growing on
heavy,
the
dude. That's
insides
very
of
heavy.
another individual. Yeah, it's a, I can't knock you for it. It's not like a personal grudge. Like you didn't say like, I'm gonna get this one. It's the base drives, but we just want to understand where it started, what the origin is, what made you.
I presume I came from other 12 tendrilled folk, but now you're saying that we kill things and take over things and force them to die. And it's a bit much. Kind of
Yeah,
questioning whether my goals are any good anymore.
it's
I didn't even know I had goals until about 30 seconds ago, and now I'm not sure that I'm on the right path.
no. I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to. I'm not trying to put you on any like particular path or anything. It's just and Silenus would notice that like Xedre's getting a little bit like teary-eyed as he's continuing. Oh geez, this makes it so much harder because all of the voices were saying that they wanted help, and I just thought that was the people that were like connected, but it might have been just you. Do you want help? What? I don't understand what all of those voices
do
were.
with help. Apparently, all I do is bad things, and that's the
You
only
don't-
thing I know to do.
This is the best thing that you've done, holding this conversation with me, answering my questions, getting to have like an open dialogue.
It's been interesting.
I appreciate you. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with this though. Give me 1 second, and he'll turn to
At least I know I
Silenus.
have goals now.
Okay.
If you could think of any good goals, ask your other 4 tendrilled friends if there's any good goals I could do.
Right, will do. And Xedre's gonna turn up to Silenus and just be, it's like its own entity. It's not connected to anything. It doesn't have any sort of malice. It's just following the base desires of like making more and growing, and it doesn't understand that what it did was wrong, but it seems to have some sort of sense of morality. And I just made it question it. So
Silenus just like looks at you, raises an eyebrow.
it's not helping. I don't know if it's out of range of the connection with whatever this hive mind is that you were thinking, or I don't even know that it has a hive mind. Each of them might be individually working. I'm not completely sure at this point.
Well, on the positive side, it means we aren't going to get a horde of creatures pouring down upon us.
Yeah. What use could it be though? If this one's outside of the scope of any sort of communion with the others, I don't know if it has to feed off of a living host or what, because it said that it pretty much grew out of Wynn.
Do you remember if this thing looked the same as the one that got a sport up your nose in town?
I didn't even see anything when we approached that Pachydia corpse. I didn't see any sort of fungi or anything. I just
Sure.
went up to it as a wolf, and I just...
Is there a possibility that this is just a completely unrelated plant?
You think that this is just some sort of like corpse fungi that just came on the wind?
Perhaps? I don't really know. I mean, have you asked where it, like, where its home was, where it came from?
It said that it came in on the wind.
In on the wind?
Yeah. Its earliest memory is like a little spore was just going about until it went into wind.
the know anything else like it?
I could ask that. Yeah. I'm not gonna unveil it, and I think that whenever we do the burial rites, I'm gonna have to do it with it covered, because if it gets its tendrils uncovered, it did talk about making more of itself. And there's no ill intent, but I don't know that we can follow the memory of one specific spore. I don't think they have a connection to the others prior. I really think the only way that we're going to get insight into this is if somebody directly got infected and describe their experience whenever they were in there.
I think that perhaps it might be a little bit hard to dig in the current situation. I figured you would just cremate.
Yeah. There's something with more intense heat that I can do in order to cremate the body in, I suppose, the fungi as well.
You folks about done out there with getting things situated? We should probably get going.
Yeah, we're probably gonna be headed out soon. But I just my full tendrilled friend was asking me to ask you.
Oh, that was Flower, just so you know.
Oh,
You would know the Xedre would know the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah.
Just calling from inside the stable, just like, are you guys done yet?
Cedric goes absolutely silent. Then in that case, he says nothing at all and just looks up at Silenus with pleading eyes.
You don't think it's going to be a problem here?
No, I can handle it. That's fine.
All right, I'll go fetch her then.
Okay. Oh. With Selena's gone, I guess, yeah, Xedre will turn back to the plant. And then he'll go ahead and say, my friend wanted me to ask you, do you know of any other things like you? Maybe adjacent in, like, structure or, any other spores that you kind of crossed path with on the wind?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there was other spores that, back when I was, just a wee one, kind of all went through, like I said, in the kind of the fluid stuff. Remember being with a lot of other ones, but I haven't had any connection with them in a while. I haven't sensed them being near me or anything like that. Gotta say, I've really been really troubled by this whole goal shaking thing. I mean, like, I always thought it was a pretty good thing when we passed along and made people a little bit stronger and they could do things and stuff like that. But it's what they, kind of what I always thought I was going to do. But yeah. Did you think of any good goals for me?
Yeah, I actually want to ask you about what you just said. You make people stronger and stuff like that. We've encountered the people who were stronger. They went under a different transformation and they got a little more angry and the skin was affected and they grew like these talons and everything that was like kind of like calcium based just kind of extended a little bit.
Tendrils?
No, not tendrils,
Oh,
more like
that's
claws. I experienced it. And it didn't feel like I was being aided by the spore that was inside of me. What happens after you help someone?
What? Don't rightly know. I just never got to be on. I mean, like I got here and I got set up here and away my little tendrils and everything, and kind of just like shake my stuff and put out those, put out little spores of my own and share them with the world, and they're making things big and strong, and more nice 12 tendrilled folk like myself. I mean, maybe not everybody gets to be 12 tendrilled like me, But I mean, I didn't really know beyond that what happens. It's just I figured it was all just. Oh, those were my goals. I thought they were good goals to do. Spread the love.
Right. Yeah. So you're making your one of your goals, one of your base desires is to make other creatures 12 tendrilled. So do you feel like if you were helping someone, do you feel like part of that helping might be giving them extra tendrils?
Maybe.
It's
I mean, it's kind of one of those things. I mean, with only 4 tendrils, you may be a little bit hard for you to understand something like this, but just like you kind of just do things and just kind of feel like this is the right thing to do. There's like a deep down feeling that this was the right thing to do, was to give of myself to the world, and it apparently, base deep down drive might have been a little bit flawed.
That's okay. I can change, and I can have up to 8 tendrils. I think is the max that I can have right now.
I can do what I can to help you become 12 tendrils if you'd like, but you said that's not a good thing. Not sure
No.
why you're hating on me and my.
I don't
pupils.
hate you. That's why it's really hard. There's effects that you cause whenever you try to help and make these 12 tendrilled creatures, and we're trying to figure out what those look like.
But how do you know that wouldn't be like if everybody was 12 tendrilled? Maybe we'd all be happier and everything would be good.
I guess.
Have you tried it? I mean, like, I didn't know my goals were flawed until you told me. I'm taking a lot on, faith here that you're telling me this is the right thing, but maybe you got things all screwed up. Maybe everybody should be 12 tendrilled.
No, I don't
pretty good
have
life.
my priorities screwed up. Thank you very much. I would prefer if you didn't. What you're doing right now is you're questioning what my intent is, and I am secure on what I'm doing, because we have to make sure that whenever somebody dies, we have to go ahead and lay them down properly. Whenever plants die, you fall back into the earth in the ground, and you make new life, your nutrients and things like that. But sometimes whenever people just lay there, whenever the 4 tendrils lay there, they don't get sucked up as immediately. And so as an honor to both the land and to the gods, we go ahead and send them back once they came to the earth, to the ground. And I don't want to introduce you to the entire pantheon. That's not what I'm trying to do right now. I don't know if you would really accept Infernus. If anyone, you would probably work with Daedus, which there's nothing wrong with that. Daedus is great. He is admittedly the god that I know least about, but
I don't know what any of those words mean.
I'm gonna have to send you back into the ground, because I can't separate you from the person who you killed trying to grow.
That's why I didn't do anything to kill anybody, but and you seem to know a lot of fancy words and a lot of weird things I don't know, so
I do admittedly feel
give me a
pretty
persuasion
intelligent.
check. Persuade Mr. Fungus.
Persuade the
Okay.
fungus to accept its own mortality.
Oh,
Oh!
gosh.
Oh, wow.
gosh. Here. Oh, no.
No inspo.
Did you get an inspo at last session? Who got that? Was that
No, I don't think I did.
I got it.
No, Silenus, I think, or
No.
Yeah, no.
Alfred.
Nothing I can do. I'll change it.
Shit.
And you seem like you know a lot of things and stuff, but you gotta be a little hostile now, telling me you're gonna put me back in the earth if you just go and try and tell me I need to have better goals, and then just like, you don't get goals anymore, now you're just gonna be gone.
I'm not
Back
trying
with the
to.
world, and
I'm not trying to weigh over. you, at the end of the day, are alive.
Yes.
And it is technically wrong to go ahead and take someone's life before they're due, but if you sit under that cold where you can't see for long enough, don't you feel like you're a little bit weaker? Like you're not as strong as you were before?
I am as strong and virile as I have ever been. I feel like I could make thousands of spores today if I needed to.
That's probably what's letting me commune with you slightly. Because I empowered you to be able to speak with me, and I think it might have empowered other things too. But with respect, there is another full tendril who's really good friends with the one that you killed. They actually decided to spend the rest of their lives together, and they had a symbiotic relationship. I don't know if that's the right word. I'm really trying to use plant lingo for you. They got like together. They like hooked up. It's like whenever like dragonflies, like,
Swap some cells, kind of merged a little bit.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and maybe one day they could have made another full tendril of their own, but you took that away from them, and one of them is now dead.
I mean, I don't know anything about killing anybody, but I'm sorry. Apologies for killing folks. Like I said, I thought I was doing the right thing to help people become stronger. I mean, maybe, like I said, maybe it might be better, 12 tendril. I mean, I could help the friend. She could be 12 tendrilled, like her friend. Was her friend 12 tendrilled? No, he's dead. Never mind. No.
Xedre's gonna cut the spell. Xedre's gonna cut a spell.
Fireball, point blank.
He's just gonna
the
like
tendrils just kind of like they're waving for a little bit longer after you cut the spell, and then they just kind of die down a little bit. That I'm not going to make you insight check the tendrils, but kind of a sadness.
Xedre just falls back into the snow from where he was sitting. Oh, I really don't want to do this. Silenus, Flower,
Yes.
I am ready. Everything's good.
Yeah, you're sort of you were sitting there for a little bit. Are you okay?
Yep. We can go ahead and talk about it later. I think it's something that all of our group should be privy to. But Flower, I know that you have been patiently waiting, and thank you so much for waiting for me to make proper preparations for when.
Can I have a moment, Tim, before you do your thing?
Of course.
Can you make me a promise?
What's that?
Do you see how most of his body is not in the snow, but there's a little tiny bit that is?
She can't see the body at this point.
Oh, he'll like walk her over then. If she's willing.
Yeah, she accepts your guidance to get over there, and then just like as she actually gets within sight, just kind of reels a little bit to the mess that Wynn is.
He'll try to like make sure that she doesn't like move away and like really try to like securely hold her shoulder for support. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It
You
isn't.
didn't do this to him. I suppose. Like I said, if I could have just a brief moment with him before you take him from me.
You can't touch him. And you can't touch the mound of snow that's on him. if you do, there's a chance that really bad things are going to happen. And I know that sounds like a thinly veiled threat, but I'm really trying to protect you in this case. I will give you the ability to go ahead and do it unimpeded by Silenus or I. We can go ahead and turn our backs. We can go ahead and step away, but I need you to go ahead and follow this singular direction that you do not touch his body, or you do not touch that snow. Is that fine?
I suppose, you know what's best.
Go ahead and check if she's honest in those words.
Sure.
Okay.
If I have to trust anybody about dead person talk, it's Xedre. He knows the most about dead people.
Our expert in dead people. You don't get any sense that she's going to disobey your order.
Before Xedre turns around and leaves her, I'll just go ahead and say, I know that you keep on saying that's fine, and it is perfectly okay that it isn't. Even if we didn't take one from you, something did, and you are allowed to have feelings. You're allowed to have anger. You're allowed to have guilt. You are allowed to have any myriad of emotions as you go through this grieving. And I'm going to put my total trust in you because I think that if anything, you deserve these last moments. And he'll let go and he'll turn around. He'll step 5 feet away and just turn his back.
She just kind of touches your back as you go away. And she'll, regardless of whether you actually see this or not, because if you're turning your back and giving her a moment, I'm just going to play it out anyway. So she just steps up to the body and fights the urge to kneel down next to him. Gives just a half glance, doesn't get even a quarter of the way to her head turned to look back at you, Xedre, and then just focuses back on, puts her hand to her mouth, kisses her hand, and just kind of a blown kiss to win before putting her hand just quickly back into her glove. And as tears run down her face, but only making it just a little bit over the cheek before they freeze on her face, just little permanent small crystals of sadness frozen to her face, and I'm done. And she just walks away from both of you, off back towards the stables again.
Xedre, do you need help with the body?
I think I should be able to handle it. I'm actually going to be using a spell that you use pretty regularly whenever you conjure that big ball of fire.
Oh. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna go check on Flower. I'm gonna follow her, actually follow her to the stables this time.
Okay.
Alright. Xedre will do it. Xedre will cremate Wynn and this fungi. He'll go ahead and hesitate because he doesn't get to do the ritual that he's normally so used to. He doesn't have any sort of warmth around him as he's preparing himself, unlike the furnaces that he's so used to back at home. He's going to go ahead and hold his hands together once again and have just a small ember sit as it floats over top this pit, and it just slowly builds until it is a 5-foot diameter sphere, just fully above Wynn's corpse. He's going to cast it up a little bit in terms of altitude so that it doesn't immediately burn or melt anything. But as he does that, he's just going to go ahead and offer a prayer and slowly lower it a little bit quicker at first, so that the moment that this fungi is unveiled, it doesn't have much time to move. But then as it hits just the pure body of Wynn, he's going to move much more slowly. Make sure to fully sweep with the sphere, kind of centering down and then moving around in a slow circular motion, and moving back in a counter circular motion, asking Infernus to make sure to send Wynn off. This is not the kind of funeral that we wanted to have. We seem to be having a lot of those lately. But Wynn was truly an asset, not just to our group, but also to his wife as well. If you can make sure to heal him of any sort of afflictions that he has. He didn't seem to be infected, but I'm sure that he didn't have a pleasant death. And so I wish him a pleasant cremation at least. And as the sphere finishes, now just this large kind of like circular pit, it's going to pull back up, and then it's just going to slowly like flake off until it's a small ember, come back to Xedre's hands, and he'll clasp it.
Very nicely done. Silenus, you going over to Flower and following her away. She doesn't ever turn back to look at what's going on, and every time you try to approach her, she just continues to walk away, and any attempts you make to try and converse with her, she just pushes away. Once Xedre has completed his rites, Flower kind of comes back and just wipes away the last of her tears, looks to the two elves as she gets on her horse.
Or don't have to say anything. But or I know what it's like to lose someone. I know what it is like to feel like you have no one else to live for. But I'm telling you, as someone who found people to live for, it does get better. And I don't want you to throw your life away. I want you to be safe. I want to be able to talk to you next week when all of this is over, congratulate you and hug you. Please be careful.
Just give you like the slightest of head nods in response, and then look over to the two elves as she gets on her horse, directs them to get on theirs. It's time to leave. Thank you. Good luck against those things. We'll send help as soon as we get to Airguard.
Good luck for you as well.
Stay alive.
You too.
Edge just quickly heads off. Doesn't even wait for any reaction from the two of you, and the elves just kind of look at each other and quickly dart off after her.
Silenus will pull out a small stone from his breast pocket. Kind of hold it up to his mouth and say, "Ballard is off on the road safely. We are heading to the rendezvous at the on watch." And put the stone back.
Okay. Don't get any immediate response. After a little bit, Jenica's voice comes into your head. Just, thanks for the update. We're heading north, but we'll rendezvous with you at Thorn Watch, I believe, is the plan. If there's different instructions, we'll get in touch.
Right, Xedre, are you ready?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if this specific spore was outside of the ring of influence or what, but it really started having some dilemmas towards the end there, and I don't think that I can just blatantly kill. I'm gonna have to sit with that one for a little bit. So I'm sorry if I'm not talkative on the way there. Well, meeting at Thornwatch.
Yes, we are. And what do you mean about dilemmas?
Well, it was talking about its goals. It asked if I was wrong in doing that. And shit, silliness. For a second, I kind of thought that I was doing the wrong thing. I mean, these are just plants, and they're just trying to live their lives, and there's no malice. They're trying to help, and they're trying to make us like achieve like a higher sense of being. And there was this talk about like making us 12 tendril creatures too. And I mean, yeah, I got really angry and aggressive, and I had claws and everything. But like, after that, would things have changed? Would it have been like a true relationship between the two of us? I don't know, because we haven't seen anything beyond that. We just saw those dead ones too, but
Xedre, with all due respect, these things have done nothing but try to murder us. I think you're okay to try and defend yourself if they try to kill you.
they're not trying to kill us though. And that's the thing. You have to consider the fact that, I mean, all of the things that we've run into up to this point, like what is it to be fighting in self-defense, and then what is it to be just not at fault at all, depending on like what you think. And by no means am I making a case that the dreamer has like the right idea, anything like that. Like that is obviously on the bad side and things like this. But we're killing kids, because you know that's what this is, right? Because a spore is just like a child, and if we're actively trying to kill these things before they can reach maturation, like we're just killing children.
I'm going to say something that might be a little bit controversial. But if I had a group of kids threatening my life, I would defend myself.
Okay, fair. I don't know. I just probably have to sit with that one for a little bit. So you're probably gonna get a quiet century, and it's great because we're supposed to be quietly moving through this anyway, right? So I'll keep my mouth shut. And Xedre will hop on Crunch.
All right. As you head off back into town, we'll take our break.
Kids and Silenus take.
How many 12-year-olds can Silenus take in a fist fight?
In a fist fight, almost none.
No magic.
If you can use his magic, a lot.
It depends on what type of 12-year-olds they are. The
These
race
kids are just
actually
gonna
would
have
matter in that
footprints
case.
on their cheeks.
Oh,
I
like
immediately asked what race is, because like if it's like a bunch of packeteers, you might be
Right? No,
fucked.
you get stomped.
that might be like a 2v1 at worst.
If it's like a bunch of halflings, you might be able to like knock 12 of
Oh
them
man,
out.
halflings are
Just-
Ewoks. They're the Ewoks of this universe.
I'm just saying, if Kiesel had 50 12-year-olds, he would have to defend himself. I think 50 is a good number. I'd blind him first.
Just don't look at it yourself.
No magic. Just like
magic?
Silenus.
Damn. Oh, well, then I'm wide swinging.
Not the cleave. Not the cleave.
Damn,
Yeah, like-
these
yeah,
chicks
bro.
do.
It's like Vermintide, bro, with the cleave. Get some water. Wait,
I have
need some-
descended us into some questionable themes.
I needed some funny ha-has after that.
Dude,
like,
I mean, how many people have eaten like salmon roe? That's normal. That's fine.
That's caviar.
Yeah.
Isn't that children?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's fine. It's normal. Everybody does it. Although you're
Xedre
a
hates
vegetarian,
seafood.
so like of all the people to actually have that quandary, yeah, I get it.
This is gosh darn it, Xedre's just turning into a vegan shit. Dang, I didn't understand until now. Meat is murder.
Meat is murder. Tell that to the fungus bobs, you know? Meat is murder. You can't have us. Go, in fact, go 12 tendril somewhere else.
This is the wet fluid is disconcerting because at first I understood it as like
his body
inside of a body, but that would be warm. So I was like, shoot, sewer system? Could it be?
Oh man, if it's in the sewer, that'd be amazing because we're going there later.
It would make the most sense because it was in Thornwatch where Patient Zero was.
Do you think Patient Zero is actually the mom who got killed? Like, she got chest bursted. Do you think she's doing the wind thing over in, like, Little Home or whatever that is? I was wondering that last week.
I don't think the child was the Patient Zero.
She got it from somewhere else. Oh, it's here.
I feel like so whatever the Patient Zero was got to the mom and she was just still there. I think she might have gotten infected from the attack.
I considered casting polymorph. I considered saving that fungi. Ooh, make it a mouse. Put it in a jar. No worries, no spores.
Oh my god,
that would have been insane.
If Silenus comes in here with this existential one love, Kiesel, I already thought of a response. I already thought of like a good like counter to your crisis, but I don't want to spill my beans just yet.
No, you're good. Silenus just said I'd punch a kid, so I think that's enough. I think that settles.
All I'm gonna say, like, if he's doing what he does, like, and trying to elevate and help us, like, is it also helping if Kiesel like were to like skin a dog and force it to stand bipedal and have it like get a job and go to work and pay its taxes? Like, I'm making it a functional like part of our society. That's helping it, right? I mean, that's essentially what the fungus are doing to us. They're forcibly changing people into being helped.
The fact that Xedre said, I don't want to talk religion with you, but this was probably the most like religious base. They literally said, we're out there converting folks.
Mm-hmm.
And like we're doing the best we can. And I was like, oh shit.
It's not
side. We gotta kill each other. It's normal.
It's not converting well, I guess it's forcible. I mean, like, they're inquisitors, whatever. But like, it's not. There's no conversation with the fungi. It's just, oh, I'm a tentacle person now, and I'm dead. And there's a really loud voice in my head.
It was vague, but it was very disconcerting where the transformation could go with these things. So,
from a war crimes perspective, we might want to keep a couple vials of this around that we could just drop on towns we don't like in the future.
Holy shit, not the biochemical warfare.
Well, no, I'm just saying, we got some armies we got to take down. Like, why don't we just have them fight themselves and deal with their own shit,
The nobles will think twice about helping us now.
Oh, no, that's not what this... I'm glad y'all are in a tunnel. I'm glad y'all are
this is out of character conversation. This is fun.
No, I know.
Yeah, we're... but still, I mean, it's a good idea. Think about how prolific this problem would be. You go to, like, if we make an enemy with an empire, say, like, an empire that we have to like dethrone later, like, wouldn't it be nice to get rid of a lot of like people without having to fight and just like, just drop an anemone thing in there and just like, it just takes care of itself. We just come in, save the day, and then we can be like heroes, and they owe us. They don't even know. Great.
If I have to kill the mayor of Raccoon City, I'm gonna release the Resident Evil zombie virus to fight.
Yeah, that's it. We could be Cybil's Spear could be the new Umbrella Corp. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to say, I would like to point out that it was not Silenus who suggested biological warfare this time.
No, this is me as a human. I think that is a thing we should consider. As a player in the game, out of character, it's pretty good. It's a pretty OP strat. Also, we could always test it. I have the lowest strength. You could just infect Vault, tie me up for a couple weeks, just kind of see what happens, and then like, if we could be like, maybe we can manage it. Turn it into like, super strength serum. Then we could go Gonzo hero, That's a great idea. Because seriously, where else you get super serums? You know, you gotta do something. Is there a
Thank you,
church?
party, for 2 big curveballs for me so far tonight.
The minecart probably was a big curveball.
Nope.
Cleaning it up.
What
No.
was the curveballs?
Was not prepared for speak with plants.
Oh.
So that was
Oh.
adjustment. And the choice to head to the Midnight Riders camp instead of going to the Thornwatch was not what I was expecting to have happen either.
Oh shit, I thought we said that clearly last week. That we were gonna
No.
go to the boat with Yoferdir and have
We
him
said
run
we
over
were
to the
gonna-
boat water walk it. I thought that was literally
No,
a
because
thing
we
said
were just gonna
explicitly.
send over the.
No,
We were just gonna send over a note instead. We decided to not go over with Yoferdir and just send a note instead, so we could just be more efficient and get to the
Well.
Thornwatch directly.
There was a
And,
lighthouse over there that we had talked about utilizing in order to get to the boat.
Well, sorry about that.
Oh, it's no big deal. I have to go pull up my
I love
notes
it.
from episode 22 because I had both places prepared, not knowing where you guys would go last session. And then when I prepared this session, I just moved the stuff I thought we'd be ending up in. So
Man,
we're
I
good.
was under
We're
a
good.
completely different impression. I thought we ended last week with a clear, like, we're going here, like, stop off at the boat first, and then over to the tower. My bad. My bad.
Once we get our fighter back, our full fighter, since we now have a partial fighter.
What does that mean?
Because he
partial
took a
fighter.
level. He took a level in fighter.
Yoferdir's got a level in fighter now.
He's a partial fighter. What's an interesting
Yep.
term? Okay.
All warrior, part fighter.
Also part lover.
Full-time lover.
I don't know.
actually.
He just told
Full-time
us
lover.
his charisma is really, really bad. So
But he
And
rolls.
somehow-
He rolls.
Does
Everybody
have a
loves
girlfriend,
him.
though.
He's
Those
like
muscles speak for themselves. Wait, what?
he's like a 5'6".
Well,
He's
sort of. He's got a female interest. Let's put it that way.
he's
I think you might have changed microphones there.
Yeah, I think your microphone changed.
Oh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the switch.
I'm gonna mute that until y'all let me know when I unmute him.
Yoferdir's like a 5'5" guy in the NBA. Like you wouldn't expect him to pull the amount of game that he does, but man, he just outperforms every single time.
He's got a female interest. We'll put it that way. There's nothing official, really.
Now the question is, are you at odds with Zircon because this love that you're talking about is
the sea.
The
The
cook.
sea?
The sea! Oh, wow, you guys.
It's a good one.
No denial. No denial.
So
Her dad
it would
hates
make sense because you want to step on her and you do it on a quite an often basis.
How do you guys do your
Fucking-
dates? I don't step on my dates. What does that mean?
I
last
just
time-
made up the sense of the joke. I didn't care if it was logical.
The last time Kiesel saw his date, she was probably exploded. So it's a complicated
What?
story.
Oh, it's not complicated if she's dead. What do you mean?
I don't know if she is.
You don't know if she is?
I bet you she's not.
You exploded? Oh, man, we need to have a talk as a group. Damn,
Yeah, I don't
we got a
think she- I
lot
don't
of
think she's dead.
relationship trauma.
is this a follow up to the Scars conversation? Is now ex lovers?
Pretty
If
good,
any.
is the only normal person.
Yeah, we were fighting
I'm
side
re-
by side in battle, and she got chopped in half.
C'est la vie. This is life.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Xedre didn't have more questions about Silenus's comment last pep talk to Flower.
He ain't gonna push. He ain't gonna push.
Keep it respectful.
All right. Since we're all back, let's get back to it. So, Thanks to all of you out there in Cyberland watching and sticking with us through the
Goofy.
interesting philosophical discussions of what's the right thing to do with fungus. But Xedre's existential crisis over eating and killing fungus. Yeah, you're not going to be vegan. You're just not going to eat anything because now the plants are off the menu.
Just eat magic. Good berry all day, forever.
Give me that aether. Num num num.
I wonder if we should. Man, imagine if we had a vial of that dream lean. You know, you could just drink that.
All right. So, back to the tunnel dwellers. As you guys continue your journey through the smuggler tunnels, as Jenica described, it's quite a bit longer trip for the next leg than it was to get to where you had your decision point. So you continue walking through the tunnels for about another 10 minutes. Kiesel, at that point in time, you hear Jenica talking to something. You don't see what she's talking to or who she's talking to, but it's a very, very short statement as you overhear her saying what she said to Silenus here a moment ago through the sending stone.
Okay, I will.
And as you guys continue on walking through the tunnels, no issues come up. Everything's pretty quiet. It's a good long walk. The corridor seems to jog a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right, at different times, but doesn't. It seems to stay on genuinely the same path. That some of you were able to peg as to direction-wise, and others were a little bit more faulty in their survival skills. Eventually, you reach a dead end. And as Jenica watches for everybody to gather up behind her, once seeing that everybody's present, go again, remove a stone from the wall, and pull a lever, listen to the whir of gears before you watch the wall turn, same way as it did in the other one. Very similarly built door, leading you into a small storeroom full of barrels, chests, crates, all neatly stacked. And as opposed to the safe house you stayed in, this place appears to be frequented quite often. There's not an accumulation of dust. There's not any living quarters or signs of life within the room itself, but it definitely looks like it has activity on a regular basis.
Yeah, what's the room made out of?
When
Is
my
it
map pulls
stone?
up, I'll tell you.
We got a map.
A map.
Dirt. It's all
Find the
dirt.
map, find the map, find the map, find the map.
Man.
Do you know where Maidenthorn is? Point to Maidenthorn on the map.
Just a big hole after we're done with it.
Okay.
Wonder if these are enemies of a deity. These fungi. I think Datus is like, yo, can you get rid of these creepy spore kids? They're freaking me out, dudes.
Maybe data said something.
He sicked them on us, yeah.
Bruh, no, man, Datus.
The D and Chuck D. Raymer stands for Datus.
Oh no, he's like, listen, no one takes me serious over here. I'm a serious god. Everyone should like me.
Now we find out there's a bioengineering accident.
Little palace.
Now they'll have to take me seriously. It's like he's on the verge of being deranged by the dreamer.
The Sauron to his Morgoth.
Well, you guys all barely fit in this hallway, so.
Like sardines.
And a stack, everybody.
Ooh, look at that hall. That's a hallway if I've ever seen one.
It is black for me.
Yeah, same.
Oh, okay, no mind. Then that's a hallway for me too.
It's very dark. Listen, this is what it's like to not have dark vision.
You gotta, yeah, this is when you don't have the dark vision going on. You have basically the effect of a light spell.
Fuck yeah.
right, Kiesel?
It's 30 feet. It's a 30-foot radius of bright light, and then another 30 feet is dim. So it's effectively 60 feet of light.
I wonder if they've got business cards for this group. They seem pretty legit. Look at the tasteful thickness of it. Oh, and a
Do you think
watermark.
people have business cards?
Yeah.
Dude, we should get in the business card business.
We should invent business cards.
Yes. Yes, we should.
This is better than spreading fungus through the world. So
No, House Varheed has to have business cards.
We've got a lot of contracts and papers.
It's like an H and then a W in the foreground.
Right. You have like stamps, but you don't
Oh, yeah.
necessarily have like.
I have a
little
seal
cards
with
that you
me.
just-
I have a wax seal with me. I can seal anything with my house logo. Pop. Real great.
But not necessarily like.
No business
Here's our
cards. yet.
contact info. Here's
Yeah.
where we are.
Yeah.
Here's a little like nice font.
Which I will say though, as we are entering this room, I will deactivate the light because there's no need to have that kind of. Everything
Okay.
seems well lit in here, right?
A bonus action.
yeah, there's a couple candles on the wall.
Yeah. Bonus action: disengage the light.
Boop, bop, boop.
You reset the wing back in place.
While this is all getting set up, I'm going to tell you guys something. I had a shower thought about a week ago about this
In
game.
the shower.
I was in the bathroom. I was actually brushing my hair, but it's the same thing,
Adjacent.
basically. Yeah, it's a shower thought adjacent. And I realized of all the people that we've run into, only one character in this whole arc has known my family's name up to this point. You guys know who that is? She was a dwarf,
The dwarf barmaid lady.
not a barmaid.
No, the old lady who we went to the house.
Tisha?
The lady, yeah, the lady of the house. She was the only person to know my family's name. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? What a
Okay.
tip off.
On that note, like not many people really know like Alfred. Like he's a lot closer. Like they don't even really know Eagle Paul. They're like, yeah, sure. That sounds about right. Yeah, there could be a town there.
There could be, sure, I believe it. Date Bayo. Geography, probably.
All right, so doors open. You guys can go into the room, move your tokens as you so choose. Tokens locks off, so yeah, walk into this room, 20 by 25, full of different odds and ends, crates, stacked barrels, different things stashed on shelves and whatnot, some kegs. And Jenica just kind of watches for everybody to come through. Reva takes torches from people as they go past and stashes them in a barrel, douses them, and then stashes them in a barrel there at the door.
Does she try to collect mine specifically?
She goes and takes any ones that are lit.
Oh, good, cool.
If she doesn't see a lit one, she doesn't go looking for it.
I want to go over to Reva
The
real
tracks
quick.
do end here as to cargo wise, so the carts will need to be unloaded or they can just sit here. Will be up to you.
Yeah, I want to ask Reva a question real quick. I'd just like to. I don't have to do any character. I just want to know if they have extra oil, like lantern oil, that we could get and like vial up, maybe. Damn. All right.
Upper will walk up to Jenica. So I see the tracks end here. Do we have any mode of transport? Do you have any sort of wheeled carts that we can use to move the material further?
I think for right now, probably just need to stash it here in the storeroom. We'll close off the door once everything's through. Based off what Sar and Vito told me, place is a bit of a mess outside, so we should probably check that out before we start moving cargo anywhere. But from here on, we'll probably need to cart it by hand. depending. Might be able to find something.
All right. And not to be too nosy, but I see there's already goods and such here. Do you mind letting me know what they are or if they're useful for us?
I would have to go find the manifest that's got the whole inventory of what's in here. There's another storeroom off on the other side of this wall. She points to the right. But those records should be kept in the boss's office. If you want to check over that, welcome to.
Yeah,
Nothing
I
really.
might.
What direction?
Stuff
would
that's
that
sitting
be?
here for very long is usually not anything super interesting, but if there's
That's
something in
fine.
particular you're needing, we could probably find that in the supply room.
I usually find a use for more uncommon goods and what people usually consider trash.
Well, I will say that most of the stuff in here, assuming we don't all die and that there's still a place to work, they do have buyers located somewhere, so unless you're open to the idea of me grabbing a bottle out of your chest, I'd rather you not take things out of mine.
Understood. I was just wondering if there's something that was here that we didn't have. That's all that I was asking.
Like I said, I don't know specifics, but probably wide variety of things. Mostly would be stuff that could be stored for long periods of time if it's been sitting here this long. So, no cockatrices if that's what you're looking for.
No. You said there was another storeroom. How many rooms in total are here that we can secure?
Well, there's 2 storerooms. On the other side of this door is the main hall. It's mostly the place where most of us hang out when we got downtime, which isn't terribly often. And then there's the bunkhouse or barracks, whatever you want to call it, where most of the men sleep. And then the main hallway leads off to the officer quarters, boss's office, my office, and there's a few others. I think there's 4 other bedrooms for other lieutenants, I guess might be if you're familiar with military terminology, we don't call them lieutenants, but the next line of command.
It works. So roughly a dozen rooms total.
Yeah, give or take.
Just trying to get a gauge.
Don't mind. I'm gonna see if I could check if coast is clear.
Yeah,
Right.
should we start bringing things into this room at least?
I think the plan is to clear and then we'll
Sure.
settle.
Should I go with you, just in case there, might be some clearing to do?
I'm just going to peek out the door
Oh.
for now. I'm not running headlong into danger at the moment. But if I do, I'll make sure I keep you in mind. So,
Definitely. And new toys to play with and everything.
all right. She
As he says that, I'm gonna look
opens
over
the
and
door
just,
just
kinda
a
hold her off
little
the
bit.
wall. Toys.
Opens the door about 2-3 inches. Peeks out very, very slowly. And then closes the door, just careful to not make any sort of sound with it. And then just looks over. Alfred, you're still standing there. There's a couple of them out there.
All right.
Your call. Take them on. I don't know. There might be more, but I spotted 2.
Well,
we can head back the other direction.
Unless there's a way we can kill them all. in just a few seconds, but I feel like the second we step outside, we're just going to alert 50 of them to show up.
Is the entire structure stone? Is it made to? There's no path that they could come up from the ground, is there?
Shouldn't be. Everything's stone block. Not quite as sturdy a construction as the tunnels. Different parts are a little bit built better than others, but as to coming in from the sides, we're a fair amount below the surface, and it should be solid rock on the outside of any of our walls on the outside. That being said, there is an entrance that leads out of here, so obviously something could be, and it did look like the front door was a bit of a mess.
An entrance means a door that can be closed, I think.
Unless it's-
Securing this location is important.
Unless the door can be broken open, and there's no telling how many more there are outside of that.
Let's build a better door.
Well, yeah, actually we can do that. And I'll kind of look at Alfred and be like,
Strategically, if there's only one way in and out, we've actually got quite an advantage. We should be able to take on many more than our numbers. It's not like they can get behind us and flank us. We can just leave the things in the tunnel and leave the children and weaker members there.
Yeah.
By the way, when you say a couple, do you mean 2 or more?
I mean, I don't know how you do things in 6 spells, but most of our get-togethers are 2.
Depends on what
Most things get
time
real
frame.
wild, but things a little bit different. So yes, I mean 2.
Wonderful. Why don't we just kill them?
It's up to you.
I'll lead the way. That's fine. And I will just kind of start moving towards the door. I got a crossbow. I'm ready.
Get my head's ready.
I mean, in that case, if we have a group of people wanting the conga line, I'll be the one to open the door.
Wonderful. We should be able to take them out in no more than, 18 seconds? Anyone want to take a bet on that? Can we get it done in less than 30?
No, gambling's...
I'm just going to look over at Brent now. Shouldn't encourage him.
He's like preparing to move boxes. Need something, boss?
Stay frosty. Just be ready. And don't leave this room right now.
Shakes his head. Nope. Leave the boxes out there or bring them in here. What do you want me to do?
They'll be safe. Keep moving. And I'll be at the door. Are we ready? I'm a bit antsy to get some revenge here. Fighter is gone.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's the fighter
He's like,
blacks
I'm
out.
gonna open the door. Leaves.
Jenica's at the door, so she's opening the door one way or the other. So
I do want to ask her. Sorry, I haven't looked out there. Is it to the left or right? Or in front of us? Where
there
are they?
might be more to the left, but what I could see from peeking out was 2 to the right.
Do you mind? And I'm gonna get real close to the door. I should be able to get underneath anyone's arms that are up at a door height. I should be able to move into their space. Can I like perceive what I hear or gather at?
Well, the door's shut at the moment. If you want to peek through once the door is opened again,
Are they shuffling? Can I hear anything?
make a perception check.
I would love to. I would love to.
I had to open the door for my family members who forgot the keys. How ironic. Because I hear somebody say, isn't he going to open the door? And I'm like, I'm opening the garage door.
Do I hear anything?
With a 19, you hear movement that you would place as being one set of footsteps.
Can I get a general direct? I just want to know which way I'm turning when we open the door. I want to know who I'm shooting.
With a 19, you'd be pretty sure that if she opens the door, if you shot over her, actually under her shoulder, you'd have like a straight line on him.
Fuck yeah, that sounds great. I'm so ready. I'm holding action. I am ready to boop him.
All
I don't
right.
know holding. I'm just ready, whatever that would be. I want to shoot something.
You and Jenica are at the front of the line. So everybody that is here in the combat group, give me a stealth check.
In the combat group?
Yeah, so we're not counting anybody outside of the 5.
23!
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Team stealth check. Yofredir's still
No!
Well,
Bruh.
since I'm in the bat,
Yeah.
That was almost a nat 20. Shit.
Alfred disadvantage.
Yeah. I mean, I can't get any
Not that you
worse.
can't. You're not gonna get
Rolls
much
a 1,
worse.
roll a 1. Now you gotta roll a 1.
I've already rolled a 1 tonight. I don't think I should roll another 1 tonight.
Okay. So let's see.
I wonder why it's not automatically rolling it though.
It doesn't want to be nice to me today.
Bro, we still don't know why you're rolling disadvantage on stealth. You've been doing that for like sessions and sessions and sessions and sessions. What's going on?
Oh,
there?
I also
just
don't
like
know what's
what-
in that chest of stuff that you guys keep on carrying around but never checking what it is.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
All right, Jenica's
It's an
plus 11
anti-fungus.
gets her to a 20.
I mean, okay, to be
Ooh,
fair,
yeah.
Xedre did come to Alfred and talk about like
She's a plus 11.
identifying some stuff when we were resting last time.
We haven't had pure downtime yet,
Really?
and it's fine.
No,
we,
that hasn't been a lot.
there's too much happening.
Yeah.
Alfred is too busy playing with the plants in the forest the first night, and
Now.
we all know what the second day was like. So
No,
Okay,
no, I meant
so-
last long rest. This
Jenica
third
and
one.
Vault,
We
go ahead
sneaky
and
as
roll
shit.
initiative.
She has a
Jenica.
better stealth modifier than I. That's amazing. What a beast she is. Always impressive.
Damn.
Nimble like a cat.
36, son of a gun. What?
I was 2d20. Was just rolling advantage.
Almost as high
His
as my
advantage on
piety
initiative
roll.
rolls. 19 plus whatever dex is 5. 24.
Bro, she's such a beast.
Okay. Jenica and Vault will get a surprise round, and then we'll be everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Bumbling and boom.
All right.
Let's give them some boobs. I've got
Open the doors.
touch with...
And Jenica's top of the order, so. I gotta make sure I do this right.
Technically, we're standing in the same square, right? Is that right?
You're like right next to her with. Yeah. You have the same viewpoint.
I should be able to occupy a square that is in the same space as a medium creature, right?
Yep. Yeah, you're like right underneath her.
Bro, this is gonna be
Arm.
great, man. We got it's like a double crossbow team.
All right. Jenica
Oops, I
gets angry, like somebody else we know.
Oh.
rage.
She's gonna
What else
rage.
can she do? Dude,
She's not quite like you over here, but she
I
can rage still.
understand.
bro, move over Jayla.
All the
Jayla killed
J's.
one of my friends. Jenica's tried to save my friends. I'm just saying.
Jenica, Jayla,
All right.
Joffrey.
All the best things start with Jay.
Do they?
He went to Jared.
The gallery of jewelry.
Okay. Since we are sneaking in and catching them by surprise, you'll already have advantage on the attack there, Vault. So,
I love that.
and she pulls short bow.
Mm-hmm. All right, whoever she attacks, I'm
and
following
see
up.
what it
with.
does.
A raging short bow. What a beast.
The raging doesn't really help much on a ranged, but it's still nice. Okay.
Nice.
Hits first attack. Oh, come on. Did it go? Oh, it did the damage to her. Well, that was lovely.
Lamel, she shot herself. What a
That's
noob.
how we start here.
She
Alright.
she ranges and like shoots herself like I'm so fucking mad.
She like shoots herself in the appendix. That's a whole D6.
The whole D6.
And she actually sneak attack damage.
Nice.
Raging sneak attack. Oh my god.
Rogue Barbarian over here. Did not get very good on there though. So
It's okay.
an extra 4 and second attack. Nope. Forgot to do the advantage. Yeah, there we go. Hit second attack.
If Jenica's so awesome, how come she don't have a magic weapon?
It's true. She needs to invest in one of those. If you guys pay her well. See how much money she gets out of Honoria.
I won't tell her she said fucking Orient.
We hire her. We outsource.
Bruh. Dude, that's what I'm thinking. I want to know who her boss is and be besties with that guy. That guy sounds great.
Alright, third attack.
She's got 3 freaking attacks and she got a fighter multi-class? What is this? What a killer. Turns out she's like level 20.
Alright. She just goes in just quick succession, launching bolts off of her short bow, landing 3 arrows in this wither on the other side, and that'll put it to you, Vault.
Okay. Since it's a surprise round, I'll just fire at whatever she fires at. So
Sure.
we will
And
give it
advantage on the
old
attack.
attack there. It ain't much.
Good enough.
And
Roll some damage.
let's see how that goes.
Ooh, wow.
Wilhelm it.
She'll take the assist.
Kill secured.
You can take the kill. Alright. Finish
That's
off the one
6
that
seconds?
you see right in front of you. And anything else, Vault, now that you see that thing goes down?
If they bleed, we can kill them. And then I will, if I can, I'd like to look at where the next one is and prepare to shoot it on my next opportunity.
Yeah, so if you
Do you want me to move my dude?
just move him into the room there.
Yeah. Okay, I can see him now. Cool. Awesome.
Okay.
What a wonderful turn.
Alright, Wither 19's toast. Everybody else that's here for combat, roll initiative. Alfred, Jofrid, Kiesel.
I hope we can beat that thing's initiative so it can't move. It's gonna be great.
Oh
It got
man,
a shit initiative roll,
6-9.
so
Nice.
I got
Nice.
real spoiled with my last initiative where I had like a 25.
You guys both have really nice rolls though. Rolled a 6, got a 9.
Alright.
These dumb jokes.
You all beat the initiative for it, so if you guys can't take it down in between there, that'll be pretty disappointing.
Bruh. Let's go.
Alright, Vault, you want to go ahead and just move yourself 5 feet into the room, because I can't grab
Whatever you want.
Jenica
I'll
out
shoot, dude. I'll
underneath
shoot
you.
anything. This is great.
Alright, Jenica's gonna charge in, and she only gets 2 attacks now. She's got a special ability, gets her 3 on her first turn, so. And no
I'd like to have that
advantage,
special
just
ability.
regular attacks.
Triple sneak attack.
That'll hit.
Question is, where's Wither 20 through 35?
In the sewers.
Always the question, right?
Underneath those
Nothing
like
sewer gas.
pickaxing,
Oh my
pickaxing the stone.
Yeah,
With
they're coming from
spoons,
above.
Like drillers.
Yeah.
Jenica comes in and just like glides behind this broken table, and then just is popping up above, shooting short bow shots. And that'll bring us to Vault.
Alright. Well, question, and this is just so I understand that I don't want to be taking up space here. Can people move through my space if I can move through theirs? Like, if I'm standing here, can people still enter the room?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. As long as I'm not causing a problem.
You can always
there.
move through friendly characters.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. All right. Well, then I would like to stand still and give him a shot in the face. So I'm sacrificing my movement to get advantage, and I would like to use this wonderful toy.
Wow.
Double 8s.
2 8s.
Wow.
Delicious.
Infinity Eyes.
Sorry, I couldn't kill it on this one.
She didn't set you up as well this time. All right.
I still think
anything
we'll be
else
less
for
than
you, Paul?
18 seconds. Or I'll just be standing there, just casual. We just casual now.
Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred is going to run into the room, take a stock of what's going on. He's going to pull out his very unused short bow and take a shot at this thing. He has to like dust it off a little.
Oh, there's another one.
Ooh.
Delicious.
Nice. Still
Hey,
works.
short bows are all the rage today, so.
Yeah. Oh.
Just like lands right in the upper thigh, and he just kind of shudders down a little bit. These are the more undead-looking versions that are rotting a little bit smarter, but just about as strong and creepy looking. Looks to be a little bit hobbled, but anything else from you, Alfred?
Yeah, as a bonus action, he's gonna roll his die on this protector and see if he can get a little bit more. He's gonna open the faucet and see.
Ooh, what dice is that?
Ooh,
Get to 8 now, so.
I don't know actually.
That was cool. I might
So
have to
replaces
buy
the original 5, correct?
Sorry? Yeah, it covers it. It doesn't add.
We will say you can hit everybody. Jofridir is right on the edge, but we'll give it to him.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Yeah, with that, that'll be the end of his turn.
Okay. Jofridir.
Alright. Jofridir's gonna run into the room, so that's 5, 10, 15. Okay. All the way out there. 5, 10. Oh. As far as I can go.
Got anything to throw?
I have a hand axe I can throw at.
Do it.
He's pretty rough shape, so might be enough.
Well, let's see.
Be pretty badass. You
His
throw
first
the
range
hand
attack.
axe, you go run.
First,
Get it
I am
back.
going to rage. And then... Let's see. It's a really bad roll. Okay. I need to find that. Alright, that's it.
Tragic.
I forgot I had saved where the rage token was to go and put it on Jenica, because it doesn't do the nice pretty stuff like you guys get. You click a button, I gotta go find it. Alright. It just missed with the 11. It was close. You're a little rusty. You haven't thrown a hand axe in, well, the entire campaign, I don't think, so.
Yeah, no, I'm used to throwing the
Diesel.
javelins.
5, 10, 15.
They're all at the bottom of the ocean now, so
20. Gotta move it on. Hold on. 25. 30 feet. I'm gonna pull into my pouch of javelins because I'm a little out of range. And I'm gonna start chucking as much as I can, at least. Actually, I haven't had that bad luck with javelin throwing yet, and I won't tonight.
Down goes the wither.
Hopefully.
Easy.
Ooh.
partial
Unfortunately,
resistance.
Shit.
they're not magical, but I will attack.
Second
again.
attack.
It is possible. You could kill it.
Still does hit. Nope, I did like 2 damage.
Three.
After that, I'm gonna ready my glaive because I just think I know these things are gonna charge at me, and that'll end my turn.
Okay. That'll bring us to Wither 36. We're going to go 50-50 shot. Who is it? Jofridir or Kiesel? Jofridir missed, even though he's closer, so how much of a threat is he?
He wasn't getting peppered by Jofridir's javelins.
Kiesel, you are the lucky winner
The price is
of the
right.
Wither sweepstakes. He is going to come in and attempt to claw you with our all too favorite attacks of the claws.
Jesus.
23 hits the claws,
An Evertide, man. This is
5 damage, and con save.
Reaction. He gets blinded because I can use my reaction, right?
To use the ability,
Yes.
you have
As a reaction,
javelins in your hand.
immediately. Oh, you're right. You know what? I'll take that. I will take that. Con save it is. I'm like halfway
While
between
they're
like
on the
grabbing
call.
my shit, and he just comes up and slices me.
Yeah, comes in, slices. They seem to always go for your neck, but they went a little bit low, went across the top, cut a little bit into your pretty cloak.
Fuck!
It's business now.
Son of a bitch.
Well, minimum damage. Con save again.
These are scary freaking dudes.
Not for me.
Annoying. On the con save. Okay, that is end of their turn, which will take us back to the top of the order. Jenica's raging still, so
You go, girl.
all right.
Wreck face.
She drops her bow and comes running over to your aid, Kiesel. She wants this thing dead as much as anybody else does. And she's going to reckless attack.
That's gonna be overkill.
Let's hope so. That's the hope.
Barbarians. Get it.
As she switches to her claws,
Oh.
as Kiesel, she comes up right next to you and just see these claws come shooting out from underneath her jacket and hits. They don't do a ton of damage, but
We'll do it.
she just goes in and straight into the gut and rips up until it falls limp and drops it off the end of the blade. That is it for her turn as she
Oh.
sprays the blood off a little bit as she looks over to you, Kiesel.
Thanks.
Brushes a little bit off of you as well.
Oh, thanks, but this cloak was so fucking expensive. Thanks, Jenica. And I'll kind of pat her on the back.
As one comes in from the corridor off to the side and comes in at Yofridir's side, comes swinging in on him. Man, they are rolling tonight. That succeeds. Second attack. Ooh, 2. Nope. Alright. That's it for Wither 38. Voltavius.
Standing still, shooting things.
He is behind a pillar.
Oh, really?
So you're going to
From
have to move to get an angle on him.
Well, all right. So
Yeah, the
I won't be
pillar
doing
right-
that. I will be doing bonus action to insightful fighting him. So let's
All right.
let's roll a boy. I'm gonna go up to where Jenica's short bow is. So if I need to, I can pick it up for her.
Sure.
Well, if I stand there, can I still have a line of sight on him?
Yeah.
Cool. And just for my reference, what am I standing next to? Is this a full table? Is this like destroyed?
A broken table. It's
Okay.
destroyed, yeah.
None of this is going to count as cover or something to hide behind in the future. Is that correct? Would that be
For you? Yeah, you'd have cover.
Oh,
You'd
hell
have half
yeah.
cover there.
Excellent. Cool. Well, I feel really good about that. Let's have a roll off here, dude. Can you beat my insight check? I'm going to
highly
roll
doubt
a
it,
great insight
but
check.
we'll see.
It just did that wrong. I think I should drop that entire thing because it did advantage for some reason. I don't know why I have advantage on insight. I don't know. I don't think I did that, but there we go. Shit. Wish I would have kept that one. Oh,
right,
9.
it's a
Can you beat a
deception
9?
Deception check on its end, right?
Yeah.
It gets a -1.
That's a very deceitful. What's his name? Wither38. Listen, dude. Well done. That's one of the
Wither38.
few times in my life someone's been so deceptive. Well.
He had 38 tendrils at one point in time.
Ooh, question. Do I get sneak attack? Do I get sneak attack because he is adjacent to Yofridir?
Yeah.
I believe I should. Yeah. So it doesn't matter
Yeah.
anyway. Excellent. But we try anyway.
Yeah, always check your options. Always good.
So that's a
Nearly did.
14 plus, what is this? 8? Should hit.
Yeah.
And then, do I need to do anything for sneak attack for it to be counted on him? Or, whatever, just do it. Boop. It's that plus 4 more d6. Oh, I didn't do it.
Okay.
Boop. Sorry, I screwed that one up a little bit. 9 plus 8. That's a low one.
All right. Anything
so
else
thrown
from
off.
you?
No, that is it. I was thrown off by not being very insightful, apparently.
All right, Alfred. You see Volt shooting at something, and just out of the corner of your eye, you saw one come in, but you lost sight of it behind the pillars in front of you.
But Alfred, he would understand what a line of sight would be. A
I would
trajectory.
think his intelligence would encompass geometry.
I think so. In any such case, he's going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, put away his short bow, pull out his scimitar, and along the whole blade is going to run fire, and he's going to take a slice at this wither.
This dude's sneaky.
11, not enough.
Yeah, no, Alfred just comes and he like knocks the side of the pillar instead.
Just
Doesn't
catches
cool.
that little tip of the blade, catches on the pillar, which just throws it off just enough as you
quite.
like an inch short.
Yeah, with that, Alfred is just going to like be a little freaked out, and that'll be the end of him.
Well, let's hope it's not the end of him. Just the end of his turn.
turn. Yeah.
Alright, go for near. This little sneaky bastard came in and tried to hit you, but failed.
Yeah, so I'm gonna turn to meet him, and hearing Alfred come up to engage as well, I'm gonna move up this corner,
Okay.
and I'm gonna grab
Flanking
my
on.
axe off my back, and I'm gonna take a big ol' swing at him. Wow.
Wow.
Dude, this
Rolled
guy.
2s.
Dropped a 2, kept a 2.
I guess I'm gonna swing at him again with my second attack.
Damn.
That's better.
It hit, but much better.
Oh boy. Alright. Decent damage at least.
Yeah.
There you go. He's beaten up pretty good. You actually slice off the bottom half of his left arm is just laying on the ground. You actually see it twitches a little bit for a while.
Yeah, and that'll be my turn.
Oop. Wait,
Oh.
good on you that you actually hit the next turn, but that I accidentally hit it too. So back to Keith.
Glaive officially out. I'm going to 5, 10, 15. Yeah, and then I'm going to attack a couple times with my Glaive, if I will. If I may do so. I may do so.
That hits.
Wibbity whap him.
Case will get deal magical damage.
First time.
Oh!
It's a crit, as it should be.
I'm going to attack again.
Okay, well, not so much that time. You're still getting the hang of this thing. It's a little bit different weight to it.
Yeah, but as I'm running up, I jump over Wither number 36, do a quick, cool slide on this broken piece of wood. Maybe it's a chair, I don't know. And I just crack down right there down the middle of the cranium, almost getting stuck in the guy's head. Going for another attack, but kind of losing that off balance. My hand got stuck on that weird phoenix thing. Still trying to figure out the ergonomics of this, if you will. But I'm here to play, and by that I mean end my turn.
All right. Just back top of the order again.
Jenica, she's a good lady. A barbarian rogue. Kinda shady. I'm not a bard, guys.
Look at that.
You could be.
Could multi-class.
Nah, Silenus is a bard, if any.
All right. She's gonna reckless attack again. Leave things exposed, but hopefully get the kill. Worked last time. Should work, right?
Show us how it's done.
Hits.
Ba-boom.
Oh gosh, 13 resisted down to 6.
What a jerk.
Yeah,
Surprise her.
inconsiderate.
I know, right? Like, why does he have damage resistance to her? He shouldn't. She's great.
All right, hits with that one. Oh man, minimum damage both times.
Ow.
All right, that's it for her.
Surprised she doesn't have a magic weapon.
That's what I was thinking.
Left it in her other coat. All right, Bolt, you're gonna end up with 2 kills here because this thing has 1 hit point left. So just don't miss, and you'll
Okay,
finish it off. But
I'm
it's getting a turn before you, so
What?
it's
I
right
thought-
before you. Who does it
What?
go
Oh,
after?
he didn't roll in the initiative originally. I see. Sneaky.
Yeah,
idiot.
he was in the second initiative. He was a round late, so.
She gets turned because I didn't shoot because my initiative was too low. Walt's never forgiven himself. He's got to be faster. Sonic, gotta be fast.
He just reaches out and bites into Jenica.
Resisted.
Which doesn't end up dealing any damage, as her resistance and the temporary hit points eat it all up.
Hey.
I'm gonna rule that as being there's no con save because no damage went through to her.
Alfred.
And with the bite attack, it does not get to attack a second time. It only gets to attack once with the bite or 2 with the claws. So Vault,
We're amazing.
it's on its literally on its last legs.
Well, let's see if we can secure this kill for us.
Oh, right at the 18-second mark here too.
Right? Dude, I called it. 18 seconds.
That hits. You can't deal less than 1. So
Let's see how much we get, though. That's fun. Ooh, the lighting is lagging a little bit there. Blah! Not much, but... Wait, why didn't it do my sneak attack damage? Am I crazy?
because you have to make it do it.
Oh, I thought
you
because I
didn't
had
have
advantage.
It only auto triggers on advantage, and you
But
don't
I
have
did
advantage.
use advantage for. I get advantage for standing still. Oh well, whatever. He's dead. It's fine. Wish I could have killed
But
him
he
better.
could-
I wanted to
but
kill
he
him
could be
harder. You know.
Extra
Be
dead.
deader.
That's what
He
I'm
could
saying.
be
Imagine.
dead undead.
Do you mind if I just roll 4 more d6 just for funsies or 3
Go ahead.
whatever? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're not allowed to
Listen, I
roll.
want some vengeance. We bring in the ruckus. All right, that's an extra 9 damage. That feels more. That feels better.
20?
I thought flawless victory.
Did anybody?
Golly.
Oh wait, I took damage.
Kiesel took
never
a
mind.
tiny amount of damage. that
Your
was
cloak
it.
got more damage than anyone else, man.
Yeah, dude, that pisses me off, dude. Fuck.
No, that's why we
took
had
six. I took 6 HP of damage, and 3 of that was to the cloak. You know what I mean?
I feel that. I feel that.
All right. Anything else on your turn, Vault?
Oh gosh, no. I'm sorry. I should have said so. Is there an end to turn button somewhere?
Yeah,
Where is that?
on the combat tracker.
All
right.
What is the combat?
Alfred, give me a perception check.
I've never
No.
used this.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
18. As Vault has his little victory over there, whatever exclamation comes from him in celebration of his killing this thing and extra killing it. Silence kind of comes over the room. You're able to use all of your senses and don't sense that there's any more here.
Ah. That's a different dialogue than I thought I would get.
So, we are officially out of initiative.
All right.
Well, can I get a quick look around? Does this place look kind of shitty and ran down?
There's a lot of broken furniture. Decent amount of blood on the floor from elsewhere, from not where you guys were just fighting. But no bodies. No signs of any injured people, anything like that. The front door where Jenica's standing is in shambles, just like broken across the ground. Any of you that step over there are immediately met with the sound of falling water, as looking out front beyond this broken door is a sheer sheet of water falling down. Leads to a waterfall
Oh,
of some sort.
you know, you put some billiards tables in here, maybe a couch. This place isn't too bad, Jenica. Not bad for a hideout indeed.
Thanks. Yeah. It does its purpose. Door not being here's a problem. I can any of you want to accompany me, we can go check the rest of the rooms, make sure there's nothing else here that bites us. That freaking thing over there. If you want to bring your cargo in, go out this way, pass through the waterfall. Should be able to find SARS rowboat, assuming it's still there. Don't say anything about there being any of these creatures in here, so I don't know if they came in later or if they weren't here long enough to see them or what, but... Or we can fan out, whatever looks to you, Alfred. Whatever you want to do, boss.
No, yes, that's let's secure the area. Let's get everything boarded up as much as we can. Let's get the cargo secured, and then let's go look for this boat. I think that's a good plan of action.
Okay. All right. As you guys fan out to secure the area and everything like that, we'll jump back to our other two folks who have been sitting patiently for a while. So, out on the road, you've made your way partway back through town. Xedre, you got to roll last time. So, Silenus, give me a d20 roll.
I'm not on the hook for it.
All right, two of you pass a silent trip back through town as Xedre's keeping to himself, breaking his brain over trying to resolve everything that just happened with the plant. And make your way up to Ottersboro, which Jenica's instructions was they would meet back up with you at the Thornwatch Keep, and as you get near Pottersboro, you see what remains of the Burgundy Tiger. It is burned to the ground. Chimney's still standing for the most part, but about the rest of the building is all just charred embers at this point. But if you take a left, head to Thornwatch Keep. The castle appears to be intact, in place. No signs of activity.
Are we actually waiting out here, or should we probably head inside?
Oh yes, it would be good to not be outside. I am still very worried that we might be walking into a trap. Do you want me to check in to see if the others have arrived yet first?
With all due respect, a trap requires a lot of pre-planning and everything, and I don't think that we're gonna get ambushed by these things particularly. They don't seem bright, if I can say that.
Sure, perhaps trap is the wrong word. Perhaps I mean nest.
Oh, I mean, I think that's fair. Yeah, you can go ahead and contact them. Do you want me to go ahead and find a place to store your horse at?
No, it's alright. I think for the moment we could stay on the horse. Is your bird back yet?
Xedre will go ahead and look up at the skies to see if his hawk is flying around circling at all.
What was it? What instructions did you give it?
Not to come back. He said, "Go and drop off this letter to the first living body that you see."
All right, then. Can you communicate with it?
Only up to 100 feet, and I believe a mile is
Yeah,
thousands
a little
of
bit more
feet,
than 100
so...
feet. Yeah, no sign, no contact from it. Reach out with your senses. You can't feel any sense from it.
No, nothing yet. Galfrank? Is he doing all right?
Well, he is not dead, so that's a good sign. I'm gonna pull out the speaking stone again and say, "You're here. Is everything cleared in the building?"
made it. Few of the creatures have been taken care of. Securing the building. Talk later.
All right. Sounds like there were a couple. Were there, but the others have taken care of them. So, should be good to head in.
Okay. I did want to mention one thing before we get in there. They had talked about like sewers beneath the keep, right?
And I don't know if they mentioned beneath the keep specifically, but they did mention there were sewers.
Because there was one other thing that plant told me about being a spore floating in a wet fluid, and that was it. I don't know if it means like blood or if it means that it's like on the water, but the sewers sound like a pretty big place filled with stuff like that.
Yes, it was one of the things I put on the list to explore. But Jenica mentioned the only entrance would be like off the cliffside, so that might be a thing to investigate once. You bring that up with the rest of the group when we meet up with them.
Sounds good.
If I try the gate to the, is there like a gate? Or like a big door, or like what does the Thornwatch look like?
So, basic castle-like structure, big stone building, far more wide than it is deep in front of you, and what appears to be a little bit more fancy entrance off to the left, but then there's the entrance that Xedre would be familiar with as to going to meet with the jailer all those days ago, would be straight in front of you. Basic wooden door, reinforced iron bandings on it.
Through here, you think, or through the bigger door?
We could probably go through the jail area. That might be best.
Alright.
Cedric will approach the door. Does it seem to be locked?
As you're approaching the door, Silenus, you get another contact from the stone. All right, we got that all cleaned up. Yeah, so we're up here at the camp. Probably got another half hour, 40 minutes before we can hit back to the Thornwatch. Probably keep still.
Oh, they made a detour.
Oh, okay. So do we have to open up the path then?
Indica said to hold, maybe hold. The moment. If taking a glance around, do I see any chimneys in the area around me?
Give me a perception check.
Perfectly balanced.
See one little tiny trail of smoke coming from some structure on the other side of this little there's a little block sitting next to the keep there on the map. So it must be on the other side of those buildings back beyond. It's the only one you see.
You want to mark it on the map for me?
Sure.
Would be great.
Never wants to give me the tool.
Oh, down here.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really want to stay out in the open for the next, she said, like half an hour to 45 minutes.
What kind of detours are they taking? If
They said they went
Okay.
back to Jenica's camp.
Oh, well, that makes sense. They were probably setting up all of the people who weren't going to be able to come back to Thornwatch.
Or, for the moment, I did notice that there's probably a house over that way that seems occupied.
I'm willing to try it. Yeah.
Alright. If we head over towards the thin trail of smoke, and just see what we can
Okay.
find.
All right, Xedre, give me a d20 roll.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no. We're only going like 100 feet.
Hey, yo,
Hey!
same number.
14
Consistency.
again.
Pew, pew, pew.
Nice.
All right, you step away from the door, get back on your horses, head back around, making the full loop here, and heading over to that area where Silenus had noticed the smoke. And slowly making your way through the snow, get over near this house. No signs of light or anything like that coming from inside. Just a small little house, basically the equivalent of like a duplex. These two houses like built with a shared wall in between them. Just that little whiff of smoke coming off the chimney.
Salinas just kind of go up to the door and just kind of very gently knock. Hello? Is there anyone home? Don't mean any harm.
Give me a perception, both of you.
Perception or persuasion?
Perception.
Okay. Ooh! Oh wow! 19 and
You
a
both
20.
clearly hear shifting inside. Somebody's moving. Multiple people. But no response.
We really bent on doing this. If they kind of like hold up, I feel bad kind of disrupting any sort of defenses that they have in place.
You want to offer them a way out?
Oh, we're gonna trail them all the way back through. What did they say? 30 to 40 minutes away to wherever this thing is.
Well, if we get a note through the ship can just pull into the right into the docks.
I defer to you.
I'm just going to just don't want to bother you. Just we might have a way out of town, and if there are survivors,
Give me a persuasion. Damn it, sat on that one for a long time.
Ooh.
Caroline's got teased.
But 21, much better, so. We don't need no help in here. Just be on your way.
all right. I'm not going to push. Well, that didn't work. You just want to find an empty house to hold up until they here.
You described this place as a duplex, right? As like two buildings next to each other.
Yep.
Zedru just
Smoke
points to the
coming from
building.
one and nothing from the other.
Zedru points to the building connected to it. I mean, we could be neighbors.
That's fair. If we go over to the next door over, is it unlocked?
Door's actually sitting open about 2 inches. There's a good drift of snow flowing into the room.
All right, that works for me.
Looks abandoned.
Xedre will go ahead and produce some flames to go ahead and burn away like the drift. So maybe the door can go ahead and open a little bit further.
Okay.
Silenus will go in and start ritually casting Lehman's tiny hut. Make a little tent for us to hole up in until I get the design that we're ready to go.
Okay. Just to be clear, the drift wasn't keeping the door from opening. It would have kept the door from closing.
Oh, okay.
Either
so
way,
hopefully
you took
burning
care
it
of
away
it.
at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does this building have 2 floors to it?
Yes, there does. There is a ladder leading to some sort of a second story.
Okay. Xedre will go ahead and head over to the ladder and say, well, you go ahead and handle that. I'm gonna go ahead and head upstairs and see if I can talk to the people next door again. They might feel a little more secure if we're like inside of a building rather than coming up to their door.
No, I would argue they might feel a little bit less secure if we're trying to crawl in through the rafters, but
Oh,
I
that's
truly,
fair.
I truly wish you the best of luck.
No. Then Xedre will like throw his hand off of the ladder. No, in that case, no. We can just go ahead and hole up here. But I mean, you have to imagine like there's only so many houses that are occupied at this point, so everything is just empty. Is there anything in this house, like photos or things like that, to show maybe the people who used to like live here, so that I can get emotionally attached to them?
First the fungus.
No, looking around, there isn't any sort of mementos or portraits or anything like that. Seems like a pretty lower middle class type furnishings and whatnot. No signs of struggle. Everything just appears to have been abandoned, that the people that were living here just aren't here.
Okay.
Whether they are safe somewhere or whether something awful befell them, can't tell.
Close all the curtains then, if they aren't already drawn. And then Xedre will head over to Selena.
After 10 minutes, a little dome will pop up. We can sit in, and I'll take my stone and say, "Let us know when you're about to get to the keep, and we'll meet you."
Yeah, we'll let you know.
I thought that you normally communicated with people through your book.
No,
It's not your book.
no. Yes, but my book has limited people. Seneca gave me this before we left.
Oh, okay. That's surprisingly kind of her, I suppose.
I think it's very reasonably practical of her. It's kind of our 2 healers went off on a mission. She's probably looking out for herself.
They have the priestess over there, and they also have Alfred. I mean,
That's
they're
true.
not left to their own devices.
No, it would be. No, I doubt it will happen. But if I could hold on to this, and like Jenica and I could compare notes and talk back and forth, even from 6 bells.
That'd be cool. And at this point, Xedre is going to cast Goodberry, and he's just like popping berries as he's sitting next to Silenus. That sounds really good. Yeah.
What do anything new to those this time? Any kind of new flavor? You just mentioned you were trying some different things out.
I consistently try, but I feel like everybody just gets back to me that they are unreasonably bland. And I hope that maybe one day I can spice them up with something.
That feels a bit harsh. Better than, they were better than fried meat and crackers.
You
We were
really
in the inn.
hesitated on trying to find something that was better than it. So I just
Oh, no, it was better than trying to eat my old rations in the tavern.
yes. I mean, We haven't had a really nice meal in quite a while. I mean, we had one at Katisha's, but I mean, let's be completely honest. Whenever you're plating stuff like, what was it that she had? That meat. It was from the cockatrices.
Oh, the cockatrice, yes.
Yeah, no, exotic game isn't. That's just gross. That's like flaunting your wealth or something.
You know what? I probably can't eat for a little while. Mushrooms.
Oh, I mean that's fair. No purple glowing ones, but you can have one of these, and he'll hand a good berry over to Silenus.
What does it taste like?
There's really nothing much to it. There's a different coloration on it this time. Every single time, like the patterning of the berries change, but yeah, they look like what seems like blueberries in like a duochrome, like reddish hue. So when you shift it, it's like red to blue. But it doesn't taste like much. There's no real like sweetness to it or anything.
Well, they are very pretty to look at.
I'm glad that I make fashionable berries for you. Xedre, just buckle up.
Xedre,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that we're actually going to be able to save this town?
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, we're not gonna run away if we have to get some people off the shore. Like I understand, some people aren't able to fight or take up arms against these things, but we're gonna be able to save the town. We just have to find the source of all this stuff. Do you think that we're gonna be able to save this place?
I don't know.
I mean, we kind of owe it to them, right? It's kind of our fault that all of this happened. There was all that stuff going on before we left town, and we kind of just left it all. So I'm sure one of those loose ends just ended up snowballing into something like this.
Xedre, it's not your fault. It's not our responsibility to fix anything we come across.
We
This
should
would have
at
happened.
least
This would have,
try.
this would have happened whether we were here or not. It's not our fault.
But it's something that we could actively fix. I mean, yeah, it would have happened if we weren't here, but we were here. So why don't we go ahead and take action? Why don't we go ahead and help people? And who cares if there's money involved or things like that? I understand that you had your agreement with Honoria and all of that stuff, but notice how that's kind of taken a back seat since the entire town is infected.
It was never about money. And I would argue Jenica's sentiment. Fuck Honoria.
Then why did you do it?
But-
Is it because it gave you a rush of whenever you and Kiesel used to be mercenaries together? Were you doing it for some other reason and you strung all of us along so that we could go ahead and assist you with it? What was the
Xedre-
reason behind that?
Xedre, you almost died.
I've almost died multiple times while in your company, thank you very much.
You almost died. Jofredir almost died. Alt almost died. Alfred almost died. I can't save everyone. But I could save those 6 people.
So it's not that we can't save Maidenthorn, it's that you don't want to save Maidenthorn. And Xedre will go ahead and turn around. Put his back towards Luis.
All right, cold shoulder. We will shift back to the other group as you guys pass your silence of waiting for the call. Those of you back at the Midnight Raiders base kind of search through the different rooms. There's a pretty large barracks bunkhouse room to the north that has a little door on the backside that leads into an armory with some equipment, some weapons, nothing super extravagant. Then going back into the place where that wither came from, you enter into a hallway, and at the far right side, Jenica will point out that is her bedchamber, and kindly ask that you not poke around in there very much. And then there are 4 other rooms as you go down the hallway that at each one, as you guys are searching through, any of them that Jenica's leading, she's going to have her short bow with an arrow at the ready, kick the door in, attempt to surprise whatever's in there. They're all empty. No signs of any activity in those 4 rooms or in her room. Anybody that goes to the barracks can give me a perception or investigation check if they want to check that out.
Where's the boss's room?
Over here where my token is.
No, that's
where I'm most
Jenica's room.
I'm most interested in boss
Opposite
room.
side of the hallway is the boss's.
Because she said we could go in there, so I definitely want to go in there.
Yeah, Alfred would want to read the manifest at some point.
I want to know who this guy is. I'm going to learn everything.
Kiesel's gonna be kind of clearing rooms and trying to make it see that there's no more funny business going on. As
Appreciate it.
Kenny Ground stops responding.
Did for me too. There we go.
Yeah, same.
Oh, there we go.
Think of a server.
There's all that dynamic lighting going on.
Ray tracing on.
Graphics card's starting to get real hot there.
You'd be surprised. These things can randomly really eat stuff up.
Okay. All of you that rolled investigation perception, you find a couple pools of dry blood. There's a couple of the cots. It's like Vault's little homeland here of all these hanging cots for all the beds.
Love it.
A couple of the cots are bloodstained with pools underneath them. No signs of any survivors, no signs of any bodies. Just blood.
This whole fucking town.
It's blood.
Those of you who all is heading to the boss's room?
Big me.
Alfred.
I gotta watch our 6 there, Captain.
These like pools of blood, do they like lead anywhere?
No. Just a
Just,
pool.
Okay.
There's no trail going anywhere, anything like that. Doesn't appear like somebody drug a body or a body drug itself.
These things are curious as hell.
All right, so those of you that follow Jenica to where she directs is the boss's quarters. She pulls a key out of a pocket in her coat, unlocks the door. She pauses for a moment before she opens it. Then slowly, with a creak, opens the door. And walking inside the room, quickly met with the stench of dead bodies.
Mm-hmm. Figured.
Huh?
As well as very macabre and uncomfortable scene on the far side of the room, as there is some form of an altar has been made in the corner. 7 candles lit on the altar in various levels of melted down at this point.
Oh no. Oh no, Chuck. Oh, no.
Covering the altar are various items that, upon closer inspection, appear to be spell components of different types. But more importantly, looking about the room, you notice the bodies of 2 individuals dressed in similar attire to the Midnight Riders, a male Fireheart and a male dwarf, laying on the ground, dead, mutilated, very similar to Wynn. And on the bed off to the left, or off to the right, sorry, are the bodies of 2 female elves, naked, eviscerated, ripped apart. Give me a perception check, any of you that are in here.
Bruh, I'm so excited for perception checks. Ooh.
Hey,
Nice, Alfred. Bring in the perception tonight.
Whoop whoop.
I see.
You
I
beat Walt.
perceive.
He caught up to my passive.
The 2 elves, both missing a hand.
The same?
Good question.
Nope. One is missing the left. The one on the right is missing its left hand. The one on the left is missing its right hand. And you quickly find the hands.
I would like to be sketching the crime scenes, and the altar especially.
That there is a set of manacles on the headboard that have been attached to... Their wrists were attached there at one point in time, and now just the hand remains that they have... Give me an investigation check.
Yeah, are they withered? Or the elves
You're
withered?
checking it out, so...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or you can do one of you with advantage if you want.
It's like having advantage.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, so Fault, those hands were ripped off the ends of the bodies.
Sure.
With enough force, those bodies were ripped. Jenica appears severely distressed, and as you guys look back from checking out these bodies on the bed and really taking in the whole scene, you see that she's kneeling on the ground next to the male Fireheart body and checking for what appears to be checking for life signs.
Friends, viewers.
Takes a moment before couple of Devere's guards,
Fear.
good friends, good people, deserve better than this.
Do you know these two?
Yeah, this one's Balin. He and I joined at the same time. Both been here a long time.
Oh no, Alfred was pointing towards. Sorry, I didn't.
Those?
showcase the elves, yeah.
No.
Are they working women in town?
More than likely.
Surprised you would allow them in here. And I'm saying all of this while sketching everything. I'm drawing the altar, I'm drawing the bodies. I really want to make sure that I can remember this.
What sort of spell components are on the altar?
Mostly dried herbs, some bones, small bones, appear to be from a rodent or bird. Do you want to touch them?
I'll touch him with my mage hand as he's looking at him.
Yeah,
poke around a little
he'll
bit.
go ahead and start inspecting them. He'll
Okay.
pick 1 or 2 of them up.
Give me an investigation.
Does my 16 perceive anything else other than beds?
In those rooms?
Yeah.
No. Those rooms all just appear to be empty.
Then naturally, Kiesel would, after checking that, kind of wander back to where the people were. Would I be able to meet up with the rest of the group from where I was on the side of the building?
Meet up with the 2 that are investigating, or with Yofredir and the rest of the other people?
I guess...
We didn't move you guys, so...
I guess with
Sorry,
everybody
Alfred, I was
in
moving you.
the master.
Yeah, you can put yourself wherever you want to be.
Yeah.
If
Then
you want to
seeing
walk
this
in on the room.
group of people. Oh. What the fuck?
All right, Alfred, with your 15 investigation. Bird bones. Pretty certain. Very lightweight. Fairly brittle. Some sitting on the altar, some were in some sort of a chalice.
Any
mini
liquid in the
brazier.
chalice? Any liquid in the chalice?
No. But there is some dried residue in the bottom.
So there was.
There was probably something there before.
Can I take a look at this altar scene now that I've kind of made way into the room and like kind of religiously kind of see if I would be able to connotate this with any sort of religious connection that I would be aware of?
Sure.
I do have proficiency somehow in religion, so all that reading in 6 balls paid off, man.
Nothing religious here. Looks very sacrilegious in here.
No, dude, that was almost a dirty 20. Shit.
By the way, the big circle in the corner is a tub.
Yeah, like a water basin.
Mm-hmm. No, like a bathing tub.
Is there water in the tub?
Yeah, about 1.5 feet. Pretty dirty. Alfred, give me an Arcana.
Oh?
For your inspecting your components here.
Do you think maybe... I mean, if this doesn't look familiar to anybody, maybe what if a ritual happened here? Spawn these fungal creatures? Maybe this is partially responsible for what's happening in town? I mean, I don't even know what the fuck any of this is, but oh god, the hands were ripped off and everything. Some sort of ritual had to happen. Is this a table next to the door to, I guess, the left of me and Vault here, or is that like a chest?
To the left, that's a armoire.
That's something that I can open, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go through the armoire, and just kind of start like opening shit. It looking for anything else that could be components.
Find clothing.
Men's
nothing
clothing.
Beyond clothes. Yeah, men's clothing. A similar cloak to, or similar coat to what Jenica and her compatriots wear. Some various other travelers' clothes, fine clothes, a nice assortment of things. A little bit of bits of jewelry, nothing really fancy. In the drawers underneath. Couple odds and ends, dagger, letter opener, but no spell components.
No. This is spooky.
Veronica, do you know, could you shed some light on this? Do you know what might have, who might have been able to set up shop here? Is anyone in the group, interested in the less than stellar ways of doing things? I mean, besides your normal stuff. No offense.
Based off everything I see in this room, I pretty much guarantee you that Devere had something to do with this.
Why do you say that?
It's his private chambers. Those are his women. I mean, other than somebody else going and deciding to have a wild, crazy night and break into the boss's room to have it, I don't see anybody else. That is one good question.
This is
Do you have
some seriously fucked up shit.
an
Yeah.
office where you keep letters, contacts, anything like that? Maybe we, or if you would prefer, you can go through his words, correspondence.
I mean, he kept all of his materials in here.
So then
She
I'll
looks
find
over
them.
where Kiesel's been searching.
Can I
like-
look for anything hidden in this room?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to know if there's anything under the rug, or also can I assist him in looking under the bed?
Yep.
Like, I also want to turn this place upside down.
Oh yeah.
All right, Vault, do an investigation with advantage.
I'm helping.
And just real quick question: is there anything that would give me the sense of suspicion that it's trapped? Because if so, if I get a suspicion of trapped things, I would like to use Mage Hand to like be in front to take the brunt of whatever might trap on me. Is that even possible to be like?
Okay. Give me a perception first.
Okay.
And that'll be our trap check.
Well,
Hi,
do
Bong,
that.
is there no desk in here? Is there no like no study, no like
There's a mirror in the other opposite corner from the tub.
yeah.
That and the armoire, really.
A couple paintings on the wall. The altar.
cool. So I'll do the perception, and then this is the investigation with advantage.
You don't get the sense that there's any traps in here with a
Wonderful.
13.
25 on the investigation. Advantage is nice.
As you go back through everything that Kiesel had checked, Kiesel's kind of like pointing, oh, I checked this, I checked that, pointing everything out. That's his help to you.
Yeah.
And you kind of just go and put your hand in it as you're trying to like use your short stature to your advantage to kind of like put yourself inside
Fuck yeah.
the cabinet.
Like a squirrel.
And as you push along the back, you feel it pop as a compartment opens in the bottom of the main wardrobe portion.
Good
And
golly,
slice.
Voltavius.
Look down and you can see that there's just a little bit of an opening that you could pull and open up to another chamber.
Ooh, wonderful. Let's see where this leads. And I will pull the thing to go
Okay.
to other chamber.
All right. So you slide the board that's in the bottom of this, and underneath is 2 books.
Lovely. Ooh, books. I love these.
What are they titled?
Do they look trapped? Do I need to ask that question again? I'm suspicious. I don't want to get my
sense
hand
any-
ripped off.
You don't sense any traps on them.
Cool. Then I'll reach on in there with my mage hand because I still am suspicious.
You didn't ask if they were cursed, though.
Listen, curse these glove fingers, boys.
There's no title on either book.
No title. Okay, well, the mage hand will start opening them and reading them at a nice, comfortable, like, lectern-esque distance. Is that possible?
Yeah. So one is slightly larger than the other, about 2 inches taller, and appears to be a ledger of goods,
Wonderful. Keep that.
names of contacts that could be an investigation.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm really looking for cities in like the network. I'm kind of trying to glean information as I go through here to get like names and network, like to get
Sure.
an idea of what the reach is for this group. But a 26.
Nice roll.
Hooray!
26. Quickly determine that there's some sort of a code system, some sort of a cipher that would be needed in order to actually be able to figure out who these people are or what these locations are, because none of them are real.
Is it Thieves' Cant?
No.
Ah, man, no one uses freaking Thieves' Cant. Listen, old school rogues use Thieves' Cant. Vault's just
Back
gonna
in my
fuss
day.
about it. Yeah, literally, this is
Thieves'
his Vault's
Cant's more
grandpa is in
so
his head,
a-
like Vault 4.
Yeah, these cants more symbology of like where safe houses are and things like that. You can read the symbols. This is more he's built in some sort of a cipher that if anybody got a hold of his books, they couldn't do anything with them
Sure.
without whatever the
Wait.
cipher is or him.
Okay.
The other book
Yeah.
has no title, but has an image of a bird skeleton on the cover with a
Like the
pentagram
Yeah.
underneath it.
This is our ritual book. We found it. Wonderful.
Could
Flip that
looking also, since Vault was using my assistance, and I guess I would also be near him in this book, would this book be any sort of form of celestial?
No.
Damn it! Okay, I had a lead in.
Well
now I
tried. Good try.
I'm Chuck D. Raymond. This is
Yeah, dude.
connected.
Uh-huh.
7
Wow.
candles. I'm starting to think there might be something. We'll find out. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Speaking of candles, while they're going through these books, Alfred would have walked out the room, grabbed a torch, and brought it back towards the altar, and using either control flames or what have you, he would completely immolate the altar.
Oh darn. That's a little unfortunate.
Oh, the smoke in a closed
Oh
area.
goodness.
So as Jenica's kind of still kneeling with the bodies of the 2 guards on the floor, and you guys are flipping through the book with Mage Hand, was I correct in
Yeah,
that?
and Mage Hand is it's at a distance, a nice, comfortable. We
Yeah.
can both read it together distance.
Blowtorch is going on over here in the corner, just immolating the altar and destroying whatever was there.
If I smell any smoke or notice that, can I like react to this, or is this just
Sure.
gonna catch? Okay. This seems a bit rash, and I'm gonna try to use prestidigitation and put the fire out immediately. Because I
This
can put
is-
out torches and anything else like that, campfires even.
Oh yeah, he's well beyond torch if he is.
Beyond
Control
campfire,
flaming the
I can
hell out
put
of this thing.
campfires out. It literally says verbatim, I can extinguish a campfire. This is bigger than a campfire? It has no
Yeah,
effect.
because you would have to actually stop the entire thing, and all he is doing is channeling those flames and making them grow. So you'd be perpetually butting up against each other.
Well, sure, I'm
And I
doing
believe
that,
we're talking cantrips on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
Should be, yeah.
Yeah,
just
so
cancel
it'd
it
be
out.
Voltavius, this is. I don't even have words for these things.
I do. Fucked up. This is seriously messed.
You know, there are 3 steps for every successful plan. 1, gather information. 2, gather our allies. And 3, do what is right. You are skipping 1 and jumping to 3. It is fine to burn this. It is very bad. But we cannot do this until we've gotten the information. I'm sorry. And I will bow deeply, while still trying to put out any flames.
Yeah, you're stopping it from spreading. Basically, you guys are just like at a stasis. He had the jump on it and starting
sure.
it, so he's already started everything on fire. You've kept it from going anywhere further and burning anything additional. So thankfully, you guys are not standing in a tinderbox of everybody's on fire at this point. Between
Lovely.
everything else,
Yeah,
that
we're in.
could start
we're
on
in
fire.
Stone walls.
Yeah.
Alfred will give a deep and heavy sigh, and he will stop burning the altar. Bolt, okay. We will try and learn more about this, as much as I have distaste for such. But if you think that we can learn something from this altar, then so be it.
Give me a little bit of time to finish a sketch on it. We need to know what this is, and I have a person in 6 bells. We can at least track some of this down.
Did we flip through only one book with the bird?
So far, yeah. We have another one that looks like a spell book, probably, is my guess, with the bird symbols and stuff.
Yeah.
And I still need to check that altar, too.
Do you mind, Volt, if I flip through the other book?
Oh, absolutely. Well, we could do it together, and I'll stop prestidigitating, just kind of finish whatever the fire was, calm that down, and then back to flipping the book, the Mage Hand thumb, I guess.
You said that was awful things on the altar. What do you mean? Looking at you, Alfred.
Well, I mean, to put it bluntly, from what I can tell, it's a communion or some sort of dark magic, like summoning apparatus of some sort. It's just shakes his head.
Does Jenica look particularly shocked, or is she like, uh-oh? Like, does she have any sort of
Ooh,
discernible
yeah,
feelings on
what's her
face?
reaction? Yeah,
Inside check.
can I join in on that?
Yeah, because what if she's like, oh shit, they found the eyes wide shut room.
Right, like, is this did you know this altar was here? I will say as I study her face.
She
It's
is.
hard to read.
She's about on the point of raging.
Hmm.
That she is pissed.
At us?
No.
Okay, good.
Casel, you just pick up the rage. Vault, you pick up that you can place that it's not directed towards you.
Lovely.
As. All right.
Seems like you need a better boss.
Gonna make sure he's not around much longer.
Dreaming
You
of
guys do
hunting.
whatever you're going to do. I'm heading to the keep.
We will be joining you shortly, and I want to finish investigating all of. I want to look through the altar, and I want to grab any spell components and anything and put them in my bag. I want to be able to hold this, and I want to ideally a small sketch. I don't know if that, how many minutes that takes, but a light sketch.
While he's doing that, I am still insistent on going through this spell book because I have proficiency in something. Not Arcana. Ooh, definitely not Arcana. In religion, never mind. But I still want to flip through the spell book.
Do you need a hand with that?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I need to walk away from this.
Yeah,
religion, or is it
religion or Arcana?
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's your call on which one you're doing.
I would like to know the Arcana side of it personally. Can I roll an Arcana while they roll something else?
I think honestly, yeah.
Yeah. So if,
Lovely, a 21.
okay. Oh, better than my 11.
What's going on with this? Magic.
Better than my 11.
Right, with 14 on the religion, this ain't no religious textbook of any sort. No connection to any of known religions, especially Alfred from your end of this is dark art stuff. This isn't anything that would be permitted by any of the deities.
Beautiful.
From the Arcana, way to go with the 20. Goes
Seriously.
deep into your I'll give you the same information that I already gave Alfred, that this book matches what he saw from looking at the altar contents, which is that it is some sort of dark arts communion or summoning spell was conducted here.
Do I get the sense that it might be summoning fungus monsters that kill things and anemone things and bad?
I mean, your brain, if you feel like your character would put those two things together and say that is, sure, you can go with that. But
No, I mean,
your
what is the
Arcana check
summoning?
does not give you that.
So, what sort of things are in this summoning book? Like, is it like, how does this?
Things you've never heard of.
Wonderful. Well, I know someone who does, so I will just take that book and we'll put that in there. And I want to check the altar, and if possible, like, I really want to. I want to actually. Is there a way to cross-reference in the book? Is there a picture of an altar and a thing like this that I don't need to sketch down all of the details on this altar before we get rid of it?
No, there's no pictures in it.
Okay, well then I am going to sketch the things that we see so that we can clearly give someone and be like, hey, look, they were doing this. I want to be able to make that super, super, super clear. And then,
All right.
yeah.
Do you have proficiency in performance, correct?
No, I do not have proficiency in performance.
Okay, so just give me a dex check then.
+4 is... Oh, wow, that was a journey. Gosh, it came so close to being really great.
It was.
You make a pretty crude sketch of the room and everything you saw in it, including the altar, the bodies. It's rough. Looks like Marcy drew it, but it's there.
Wonderful.
You know what it's supposed to show, so as long as your history checks are decent, you'll be able to put together what it is. But the image itself, you show it to anybody else, it'd be like, your parents shouldn't even put that on the fridge. So
It's like a bad crayon drawing. I'm down.
yeah.
Rukia
You know-
Kuchki style.
In all my readings of religion and how semi-organized it was and how important it was to have just, like 6? There's so much shit outside of it. Now you have dark arts and dark rituals and dreaming things, and what happened to just 6 friggin' gods? Was that not enough?
For some, it wasn't, and they are what is considered the lowest of the low, Kiesel. Do not ever go down that path. There is nothing but despair there.
Well, you know how some people can't hum a tune and dance? I'm like that with magic, so I don't think that would really even be a problem if I wanted to. It's just there's so much to keep learning about this big world.
Can I get a gist of, if this were to catch on fire, this whole room, do I think that this would spread to other rooms or cause more problems? Because, while purging things with fire sounds nice, practically speaking, is that a problem for us? Smoke inhalation, etc., etc. Because we're leaving some people in the that are here in this building at the moment.
Investigation check?
Sure.
You're not any good at that.
More investigations, please. 23.
23? Pretty much, it's a stone room. Everything seems to be... I mean, you'd burn the hell out of everything in it. Maybe burn the door, but it should be that it would cause any damage other than smoke to anything outside.
All right. And I know that the size of this building is such that the contents in here would not cause some sort of deleterious or a detrimental effect on all people in this building with a lot of smoke going out. It's not enough to choke us out and stuff, right? Maybe if everyone's stuffed in this room, but
yeah, you wouldn't want to be in the back half of the building. You'd probably want to be out in the main hall for that, so that you can hopefully try and get it to go out the front door.
Yeah. Are there any more secret compartments or things that we should look at before we leave this room? This altar seems sus. Is it like a stone thing, or are there drawers on it, or any things like?
No, extras? It's stone.
Okay.
It's pretty simple, very crude, honestly.
Okay. Well, I would like to look around at everyone and say, okay, well, I think we've got what we will out of here. Kiesel, did you grab the jewels? We might need those later.
No, I thought it would have been disrespectful, but, now that all this dark arts shit's going on and this wasn't a robbery, we might as well take all the jewels.
I think it'd be better. We're going to be probably burning this room, and no reason to destroy those.
Jenica, is there any objections to...
She's gone.
She's gone.
Oh, she's gone?
Yeah,
Fuck it,
right.
I'm taking the jewels. Yep.
Anything
Yeah,
valuable.
three of
man.
you in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
putting
putting
4 bodies.
Yeah, I'm putting it in my yep, I'm just shoving it in there.
We can itemize that later. Is there anything else of value that looks nice in here? Like a nice cloak or clothes or anything? Because I know, I've ripped parts of. Yeah.
There's decent clothes in the wardrobe.
I'll take
I was thinking of
couple
grabbing
shirts or
a-
something.
Yeah.
Little fashion. All right.
I mean, if you want any women's clothing, there's some discarded on the floor.
Yeah, no, I'll
Maybe
Ripped
not
my
so
shirt,
much.
man. I was ripping my shirt off to make Molotovs earlier. I got patches and shit missing. I'm looking for a new shirt.
I was mercenary work and stabbing people is one thing. Stealing people's clothes, that's kind of a level that Kiesel's not on.
That's fair. I'm gonna grab a couple. I'll grab a couple shirts and try to put one on. see if I can like
Like 6
cut it
sizes
with
too
my
big.
dagger to shorten it out.
Yeah, all the clothing appears to be sized to fit an elf.
Yeah. It's a little tight across the chest, but it'll work. And put my jacket back on. And look at Alfred if he's still in the room and say, okay, I think we've got everything. Let's send this back where it came from.
Gladly. And he'll resume his efforts.
I will join him in that with my little bit of prestidigitation of sparks and things.
All right, you guys begin to incinerate the room. I'll get our nice fire sound to burn it down. So
Nice.
as the room begins to immolate and you back away from the door, having it sufficiently set, smell of burning bodies, burning, a little bit of incense smell from the different herbs that were there. Most of that burned up on the first time that Alfred went through it. And watch as the inferno grows inside the room as you back away to get away from the smoke. And that's where we're going to stop.
Woo!
Oh, jeez.
We're smart.
Dang, y'all opened a can of worms.
Oh, it was just a detour.
I'm really wondering what we would have done if we had gone with the original.
It have just left.
Burn it with fire.
All right, everybody give me rolls for MVRP.
Boop, bop, boop.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, a 2.
Oh, snap. 18, 19, and 20?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Kiesel is top of the order.
And why that 20, like, the last 3 rolls?
Well, MVRP, what can I say? I do have to give it up to the Crypt Keep, the Infernal Lord, the Crematorium himself, Xedre. The entire interaction with the little fungal guy, the existential crisis of dealing with an organism just following its biological functions, leading it to a death sentence, and the whole scene of the flaming sphere going from the ember to the burning and cremation of the body. I think that was honestly kind of what took it for me, and it's just that it was just that good. And so goes Xedre.
All right, Silenus.
I'm gonna also give it to my scene partner, Xedre. Yeah, I always really enjoy working off of you, and there were a number of really good conversations, things we worked with. The conversation with the fungus definitely stole the show. So, over to Xedre.
Vault.
Same. Xedre, hands down, man. That is some good plant talk. Or fungus talk.
Xedre.
Glad I threw Silver for a loop with it. Mine is going to go. Mine's got to go to Vault. That whole interaction of stopping Alfred's like fire, and then, I mean, also Kiesel had the zinger of Alfred saying, "I don't know how to describe this," and Kiesel's like, "I do." It's fucked up. That was great. But the instigation there was Vault, with his very like logical approach to the reason why we needed to keep this. So look at it, yeah.
Don't tamper with evidence before the investigation's over.
3 steps,
Go
man.
for it.
Simple.
He was having a dilemma in the end. Obviously, Xedre. So that fundus conversation really killed it.
Alfred.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say that hasn't been said already? Xedre, you always bring such a flavor to the conversations that you make, whether it's with the fungus or with Silenus. You really do have like a little bit of like a sassy streak to you playing. Like You're talking about your good berries, and you're like, "Oh, glad I could make something that's like nice for you to look at." And like, oh yeah, the only thing that you could think of that's worse than my berries is like the shittiest food that you could ever like have pack on your shit.
All right. Well, Xedre with the near unanimous, if he had voted for himself, you get the inspiration for next
Oh,
week.
shit,
So
you can do that?
Thank you. Never. No. No, don't open up that. Not a
I'm
possibility.
kidding.
Off the table.
That's fucked.
Well,
all
thank
right,
y'all. I
roll
appreciate
again
it.
for questions.
Oh, yes. There it is. I get to go last. I love it.
No,
You
no, you gotta roll for it.
You gotta
Yep,
roll.
and said you got to roll.
No.
Well, and Vault might pass, so
I jinxed it. It was too soon. It was too soon.
Vault, you're up first on questions.
Oh boy. You know, there's a lot of questions I've got. I really wish I could narrow it down easily down to one single thing for you. But I think if I really were to really nail down a question I really haven't asked yet, what does Jenica know? This is a couple times she's been disgusted and frustrated and just stormed out of a room. And she's obviously super competent and does things for reasons. She's not like, she doesn't seem like an emotional person, really. She seems pretty like pragmatic most of the time. So what's going on? What does she know? And then obviously what did we just stumble into? What is going on here? You know, this is whoa territory.
Silenus.
Silenus is yeah, he's definitely he's thinking about the sewers right now. Thinking if there's something in the sewers, something that's connected through there. Knowing what I know, I'm wondering where the boss. I'm wondering where Jenica's boss is, because he's conspicuously absent, and is probably the actual reason why things went to shit in this town. So, what's going on with him? And is there, once again, he's going to ask, is there a bigger thing at play here between Jenica's boss, between the priest that attacked Airguard, the Quang? Is there an overarching scheme going on in Brawl that he just had missed?
All right, Alfred.
Yeah, I'll continue the questions about the riders. I think Alfred would be wondering how far this I guess practicing of the dark arts, how far does that run through the group? Like, is it just centralized at the top, or is it like there are some other people that are in this like conclave of the know-how or the in? And yeah, I guess what the extent of this like ritual is. What was summoned?
Kiesel.
What the fuck is going on? Like Kiesel, I feel like having the full traumatic experience and memory of the Dreamers Taverns Inns, really is desperately like looking over his shoulder at any sort of instance. Like, is this book in Celestial? Is this one of the spell books that maybe we would have ran in the library? Is this something that we would have seen before? Is this have some sort of familiar streak to something that we've already encountered? Kind of like thinking big picture, but at the same time, what the fuck is going on? Why are these ladies of the night have their hands ripped off this ritual? Where's the dude who is like the boss? Is this connected to like the apocalypse happening right now, and that's kind of it. Also, where's the boat?
Thanks for throwing the boat in. Nobody put the boat yet. So.
You know, it's just like, where the fuck is the boat? Where's Zircon?
We'll get there. We'll find that boat. I believe in it. I believe in Captain Chars and that whole team's love for the water. They're great. Everything's fine.
Ours, Clever Eye.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Cedric.
Channeling AJ.
Well,
Manifest.
I'll tell you what. At the end of Urgard, we ran into Theral Troops, and we found a bird necklace, and there was a lot of purple on his robe. So that for me is a big deal. But also, like, I wonder if the connection might be some sort of like, ironically, since the folks took it at the end, all of those gemstones. Like, if there's another gemstone that like connects the two instances, because we found those like broken shards underneath the wagon that Deirdre was in. But yeah, it's making me think about my inventory and what we can do to cross-reference to maybe figure out some things. But
I got you.
I think we have the puzzle pieces. We just might need to put them together. But still interested in the necromantic leanings of a bird and a pentagram.
And 7 candles.
7 candles. I love that movie. Or is it 13 candles?
It's
is
16.
that the one?
16.
16, whatever.
Whatever, some number.
All right. On that note, Yofredir.
Yeah, you remember in the Dreamer's End that one room where we had the chalice with all the gemstones?
Mhm.
That's
what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking too.
But no, Yofredir wasn't in that room, so his thought is, how do we basically get everyone taken care of in this town? Like, do we gotta kill everyone? If we're gotta kill everyone, how are we gonna do it? Can these things swim? Because if they can't, I can just make a lot of noise, run off the end of the dock, and have them all follow me into the water. It's one way to do it, but just
Round 'em, boy.
what waits us at Thornwatch? That's another big one too.
Well, I'll throw one thing out there just because I missed on the not saying anything to Yofredir. Since Yofredir was outside the room, you would have watched Jenica head back into the tunnels with Reva in tow and leave the rest of the people to you.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would have been unloading stuff, all the stuff, and then everyone settled.
Man, I love the way that she acts, by the way.
18.
Just running off, just doing her thing. Like, she's got her own plan of action, her own mentality. She doesn't share that stuff with us unless we ask normally. And normally doesn't even then. I love that lady.
It's like, Xedre, you are top of the order on fave moment? Am I reading that right?
Wait, isn't it Yofredir? You got a 1?
No, I mean,
No, that was on the
It's a
reroll.
reroll.
So.
Oh, it's a reroll.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I am. I really enjoyed the fact that I got to be on the map with them as they were like moving around, and get the visual of that. And dang, was I living vicariously through everybody whenever they discovered that altar room. That whole altar room, getting back to like the investigation of things, like finding secret things. I always really like it whenever we're able to have moments like that, especially when it's been so like quick paced, like just this gloom over us for these creatures. Like, this is finally a moment where the creatures might not be around, except for the fact that there's a giant broken stone doorway opening up to a waterfall. Hopefully they don't come into that.
Fall.
Ooh, favorite moment. That's tough. I mean, probably sounds lame, but I think my favorite thing was just combat. I just had a lot of fun rolling dice, slapping things, but I love investigating too. Like, finding a secret little thing like in the back is that just completes the vault fantasy of this character. I'm so happy to find like little hidden knickknacks and stuff, especially when they're
Solid
like,
roll on that, by the way.
Thank you, by the way. That was nice. It was nice. Thank you to Fantasy Grounds for creating a great dice rolling system that allows me to roll so high.
Kiesel.
Well, I think the peek behind the curtain during the break kind of gave a little bit of good insight. So I really appreciated your adaptability and being able to Shit. Okay, I got to come up with a talk with plants, and I have to readjust to the diversion to the base, which that was just moving stuff around, but just keeping you on your toes, keeping it fresh. I felt like that was pretty good, and it kind of lent to some good moments, especially the voice that was picked for the little fungal guy. Hello. I thought that was good.
Yoferdir.
I gotta say, my favorite part was probably the fungus. Just the whole conversation was great. Making Xedre question things, even though it's the fungus. Just straight up admitting, oh yeah, killed this dude.
12's better than 4.
Damn right.
He's just a cool guy. That's what I got from the whole conversation.
Real cool guy. Got gold
Alfred.
tendrils.
It's actually like a little goofy moment with a Xedre again. Like your interaction with Flower and like the sort of like the dynamic between you, Silenus, and Flower, in which you're like, no, I've got this. Don't worry about it. Just go off and like I'm the professional here. And then she's just like, oh, okay. And then like it's just like you're so focused on it, and like I don't know, it's you're into your work.
Low insight.
Low insight. Yeah, you had an Alfred moment.
And Silenus.
Yeah, I appreciated the just the willingness to basically run two completely separate things at the same time for the whole session. Dealing with me and Xedre on one part and the rest of the group on the other. Just that's we do that a lot. It normally isn't this bad.
It would have worked great if you guys had gone to the Thorn Watch and everybody could have lined up at the same time, but I had to time shift a little bit there, so you guys got to detour to some random houses in the town.
Go away. We don't want help.
Next to work.
All right. Well, with that wraps up everything for tonight's session. Thanks to those of you tuning in live on demand, and we'll be back next week with episode 24. Maybe the conclusion of Maidenthorn. We'll see. But until then, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you had a good time like we did.